Yo, hit the dirt and fire it up. It's that hard cause grind. BDD and WillT dropping knowledge every time. From the mods to the maps, from the brands to the tools. If it's FS talk, you know they breaking all the rules. We talk giants, we talk gears, we talk that horsepower. Late night mod drops, we got that creative power. From interviews with legends to spotlight in the new, we bring that FS fire straight from the crew to two. Living life behind the wheel with a digital twist. Ain't no button we don't press, no trend we ever miss. Updates, leaks, and future plans. We got the inside scoop, no chance for scams. This is AgriBusiness, cranking up your farm life. From the field to the feedlot, under LEDs and skylights. Mods, maps, machines, they cover it all. Porches, kings of the farming game, standing tall. It's more than a game, it's a way of thinking. Talking shop while that diesel's drinking. From tractors to combines, dirt roads to drones, they build empires from screens and microphones. With every guest that drops in for a chat, you get the real talk, no filters, just facts. A spotlight on the builders and players who grind. They got love for the fans and the farm in mind. This is AgriBusiness, cranking up your farm life. From the field to the feedlot, under LEDs and skylights. Mods, maps, machines, they cover it all. Portents, kings of the farming game, standing tall. So plug in the pod and hit that sub. Roll out in style with your farming club. No fluff, just dirt, diesel, and truth. Straight from the FS underground on coast. Great business, rocking every ride with BDD, LT side by side. Whether you plow, seed, harvest, or buy, this is the voice of the farm life.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the channel. This is Big Day Dave, and this is AgriBusiness Tonight, a show where we get to talk about the mods, maps, and upcoming news for Farming Simulator 25. How is everybody out there doing tonight? I hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Oh man, I hope everybody is ready to go here tonight because we got some doozies to talk about here. We got some really, really good stuff that released this past week, so I am excited. Oh man, I'm going to be joined here in a little bit by my co-host WillTGaming, probably closer around 11 o'clock, and yeah, he will be going over all the news over the past week. But let's go ahead and get started. We got a bunch of stuff, like I said, a bunch of stuff to talk about here tonight. Starting out with the chat, though, we've got Rail Fanning Jonah with the stream snipe. Got 1.3. I give it a 1.4 LOL. I don't know, man. We got a lot of non-1.3s. We got a lot of non-1.3s this past week. I think it's gonna be a good one. Jonah also says Jonah is here. Awesome, glad to hear it. Mega Farmer, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hello, buddy. Hello, Mega. Also, Jonah, hope you're having a fantastic day as well. Let's get rocking and rolling. So I've got the game all fired up here so we can check out our comparables and all that stuff. But what we really need is the mod hub. Let's go ahead and check this out. Starting out with the most recent iteration of Elm Creek. Oh boy, I was excited that I saw this pop up into our into the mod hub. But before you go rushing out to download it, I'm going to warn you right off the bat, there's some issues. There is some issues. Now, before I get into all that stuff, I want to give a huge shout out to a viewer of mine. His name is Hank. Hank, thank you so much for your comment. Left me a comment saying that Puma145 has already announced several updates like the BGA, Walter, the Shed, and Collectibles. The update will be sent to testing on Sunday, the 29th, aka today. evening to be available for next week. Hank, thank you again so very much. Greatly appreciate it. That is some huge news because there was a load of stuff, a load of it, that was just wrong with this map. Unfortunately, very, very unfortunate. Now, again, Elm Creek was created by Puma145. It is 844.76 megabytes to download. It is a behemoth of a file size, but then you throw in the required mods, the production points pack, which this one was not here originally. This one was actually just kind of a phantom download. It required you to download it as you popped in there. But this one here, Elm Creek Placeable Pack, both of these, if I'm not mistaken, are well over 100 megabytes a piece. So you all in, you're almost 1 gig into Elm Creek. So hopefully, if you like Elm Creek, yeah, there's gonna be some detail here. But me personally, with all the issues that were on this map, and I guess I never really was a huge fan of Elm Creek, so I gave this, I believe, a 2.5 out of 5. Nothing against the map, nothing against the modder. It is just between the issues and just the map itself. Just wasn't a big fan. But if you are, this is going to be the map for you when it gets its update. But again, sounds like it is supposed to be submitted tonight, according to Hank, and it'll be hopefully a few days turnaround before we actually get the go live. So that will be awesome when that happens. Moving on to our next one. This one is, I'm going to say it, this is a game changer. An absolute unbelievable addition to the game here. Tractor Swathing by BB Mods, 8.34 megabytes to install, and this thing is incredible. So what this does, we're all aware that in base game here in 25, we had the ability to do swathing. There was certain maps last year in 22 that we had this ability to do, but it had to be added in very specifically to the code into very specific maps. It's now base game. Every single map has the ability to swath grain crops. Now, what this one does is make it to where you don't need specialized equipment. You don't need all this like hubbubaloo. You don't need an actual the MacDon tractor, quote unquote. You don't need all that stuff. All you need is a header, a forage pickup, and a production point. That is it. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read off this real quick. So the Lizard Swath Dropper 760 is found under the Harvesting and Windrowers, $40,000 to buy, and has a working width of 7.6 meters, works up to 14 miles per hour. And then the Swath Separator, this is under factory, so this is a production point, a price of $125,000, and it allows you to put in wheat, barley, oats, canola, and soybean swaths, and you get out all those bare products plus the straw as an output. Now, one thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and show this off because I think that this one absolutely deserves to be shown off. So I'm here on Zelonka. Let me move my microphone here just like so. So I'm here on Zelonka. Let's go ahead and take a look. Now, this only requires a tractor with 125 horsepower and either a front 3-point link or a rear 3-point link with reverse steer. Those are the only requirements for this header. That's it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab, just a tractor. It doesn't have to be this big old fancy one, but I like the Fendt because it just gets around faster. So go ahead and crank it up. But again, minimum 125 horsepower. That's all you need. Now we got this. Now let's go down here. Now, first off, I'm going to show off this stuff real quick. The base game MacDon, you have to have this in order to do swathing base game. $135,000 just for the actual tractor, the power supply for this implementation. Then you have to have this, the D140XL. This is the swather. Again, it does wheat, barley, oats, canola, and soybean, just like the new one does. But this will attach to the MacDon itself. Then all in right now, you are nearly $235,000, just these two bits of equipment, right? Then what you also need is this, the MacDon PW8. This is what's going to pick all the swath up off of the ground and be able to then, go into your harvester, which then means that you need a harvester. You bare minimum need to be able to run it. This one here, the Massey Ferguson, will run it. So all in so far, 235,000 plus an extra 50,000, 52,000. So you're at, what is that, 280, we'll say 285 just for ease of math. And then another 100,000. So that's 385,000 all in to be able to just get your basic product and a bonus for your crops. So that is a ton of money. Now, what we already said here is this here, $40,000 for the header. We'll just get it basic, but you can see you can adjust the working width. You can go up to 10.7 and 13.7 meters, which is really cool. You can also change the colors, do all that. You can get different brandings on this, lizard farming, lizard alt, so on and so forth. So that's all fine and dandy. Change the colors. We have all the selectables and all that stuff. So let's go ahead and purchase that for 40,000. The only other thing you need to have is some kind of forage harvester, forage pickup wagon, because what they did is they altered the pickups that are available in order to pick up these swaths off the ground. You can see all the additional product there. So the first, third, fourth, fifth, and eighth symbol from the left are all the new symbols, all the new crop types that this will pick up. So let's go ahead and just grab us a, we'll just grab the Fent for, sake of argument and go with that. Perfect. And now, lastly, but certainly not least, the only other thing we need is that production point. If we scroll down, we find, let's see, this was called, what again? This is the tractor swathing. Just got to find it in the massive amount of stuff that I have here. Let's see. There it is. $125,000. So again, all in for things that you need. Most likely you're going to have a tractor base on your map where you're going to have 125 horsepower at a minimum. You're most likely able to achieve that relatively simple. So I'm not even going to count that as a part of the price out of all this. So 40,000 for the header, 125,000 for the production point, and then any value of harvest forage pickup wagon. That's all you need, right? So now all you have to do now is connect everything. You need the swather in the front, just like so, and you need this forage pickup in the rear. Again, any forage pickup will do. And then you head on over. Drop that down, turn that on. And then drop this down, turn this on. Now you'll see it starts throwing it down and you start picking it up right behind you. So before, you had to use the MacDon. You had to drive over the crop, put it down on the ground. Then you had to have your harvester come by, pick it up off the ground. You then leave behind the straw, but you get the crop itself once you pick it up with the harvester. Right now, I'm picking up in one pass. I'm cutting it down and picking it up. That's it. It's like all you have to do in order to get your crops up off the ground. That's awesome. This is going to save you so much time because you don't need the extra equipment. You don't need to take the extra passes. You don't have to do anything like that. I'm going to do one full pass in this field, and then I'm going to take it out to the actual production point, which is over by my farm there. We'll just get through this one quick pass. There we go. So let's go ahead and drop that there. And we're going to take this over and just dump it out. This is all we need. Oh, let's turn that off so I can actually get up to speed. Like I said, this is an absolute game changer in my opinion. This thing is amazing. Then all you do, pop this out. And actually here, let me turn. Oops. Darn it. Didn't mean to do that. Oh well. Let's go ahead and boop, boop, boop. There we go. All right, so you got your input and output right here. It shows you all these different crops here. Will give you this as your output, all your basic, swathing crops. So because I had wheat, you can have, what is that, 1.4 million liters of each of those products, and you have an output of 500,000 of the individual products, plus 3 million liter capacity for straw. And then all you got to do, turn on your product that you just picked up, and there you go. Check it out at the bottom right hand corner. We're getting straw and we're getting wheat, and we're getting a bonus because we are picking this stuff off the ground. We're swathing it. We're going through this quote unquote better process in order to extract the crops. We're getting a bonus. We're getting more crops than what we would if we just harvested. This is an absolute game changer. Absolutely love it. Love it, love it, love it. Check it out if you're at all interested in being able to get a little bit of extra crop out of your fields. This is going to be a good way to go. Absolutely going to be a good way to go. And as you can see, it is just going to keep ticking up and up and up until it works its way through the rest of the product. You're going to have everything nice, neat, and compact in one location. You're not going to have to go running around. You're not going to have a separate silo for your crops. You're not going to have a separate silo for your straw and all that other stuff. You're not going to have to whip it up into bales. None of that. And because it's in a production, you are able to turn, instead of storing, you can do it to selling or distribution, whatever the case may be. You can do whatever it is that you want to do. This is amazing. Amazing. Now, before I move on away from this amazing mod, let's check out what everybody's saying out there in the chat. I left off with Ken. How's it going, Ken? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, what up, people? What up, Ken? We got Mega Farmer says, there's a lot of problems with the map, big time, 100%. Like I said, I found many different issues with the map, one of them being the water. Big shout out to Jody for pointing that out to me. He told me that the water didn't have the ripple effect like base game, which that kind of blew my mind why that was the case. The biogas plant wasn't able to be accessed. Hank ended up saying something about Walter. Something was wrong with Walter. I don't know what's going on with AI helper Walter. And just there were several other things. There was a whole slew of the barn at the main starting farm that was like depressed, and you can see through down into the basement. You couldn't open the doors in the barn, couldn't shut them, couldn't interact with them whatsoever, but you could walk right through them like they didn't exist. Yeah, there was a ton of stuff, and hopefully Puma145 is working on submitting that update, and it's going to get it out to us here very soon. According to Hank, like I said, he states that the update's going to push out today and should be to us here hopefully in the next few days. Brady, how's it going, Brady? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hello everyone. Hello Brady. Jody, how's it going, bud? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Let's see. WillTGaming, the co-host of the show, there in the chat says, I'm watching from work. I shouldn't be, though. LOL. I'll be joining when I get home. 100% there, bud. We'll see you when you get here. Will says, you started a little early. Dude, I ended up scheduling the stream, and it wasn't until 9:15 when I was like, I was supposed to go at 10. I messed up big time. So yeah, bud, I apologize. I don't know what, but we've got a whole bunch of stuff to go through here tonight, so it's going to be one of those where hopefully by the time you're able to jump on, we're going to be steaming right into the news. Let's see. Jody says, I don't like doing swathing in the game. Hey, that's okay, bud. That's all good. You do what you're going to do and do what's going to make you happy. We got Samuel says, what up? Buddy, BDD, good Sunday night, y'all. Good Sunday night to you as well, Samuel. Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, sorry, late to the stream. No worries there, bud. No worries whatsoever. Today, breaking news at Idaho. Firefighter shot in Idaho. Wow. That's a shame. That is an absolute shame. Jody says, Walter with floating when you delete the house. That makes sense. Kind of similar to, what was it, American... It was by Samuel Batista Modding. I forget what the map is called. It's American something. And Jody says, good day. Awesome, awesome. Let's go ahead and continue on with this. Let's switch back over to here. We got the next one here. We got the Valtra T5 series by Yuhis. 96. 13.33 megabytes to install, and a price tag of $168,000. Minimum horsepower of 210, goes all the way up to 270. And this one is a kind of remake of something we already have base game. We do have the T5 series in base game. It is located under your medium tractors, and yeah, it's called the Valtra T series. Again, same price? No. No, base game one is $173,000. So this one here, the mod is going to save you about $5,000, which, hey, $5,000's $5,000. But what kind of sets this one apart is it says more realistic gearbox, more tire configurations, working passenger seat, front loader and front weights possible at the same time, wheel weights as separate configurations, Technology Pro package and GPS added to the roof configurations, removable front and rear fender flares, and precision farming crop sensors added. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that's available on this particular tractor that isn't in the base game. But the one that really kind of caught my eye was the more realistic gearbox. So that's something I have noticed about the T-Series Valtra in-game, is that the transmission can be a little wonky. And it's one of those where at the end of the day, if it's kind of a little bit more realistic, even though it is I believe it's a manual with a power shift, if I'm not mistaken. If it's a little bit better to use in game, that's nice. And what's really cool, 13.33 megabytes to download, 14 megabytes, and you've got yourself a little bit more realistic and a gearbox, more tire configurations, passenger seat, the whole 9 yards. All this stuff is added. And to me, these are the important things to add in, not say opening doors or hoods or windows, things like that. Those things I can overlook in a tractor. That's not that important to me personally. These are the things I like to see added. So this one I do like, and this one I would absolutely install. But we do have the base T series right off the gate. So this one, unfortunately, at the end of the day, would be one that I would skip over because we have the base one, and I would save the 14 megabytes for something else. Kind of similar to the last one here, we got the John Deere 6R 230-250. This is by Ben, is 16.08 megabytes to download, $268,000 to purchase, a minimum power of 281 horsepower. Now again, this is adding a bunch of different things. It's, got your tire selections, your design panorama windows, you got your front attachments, the extra G5 display, rotating beacon, stickers, exhaust, warning plates, mirrors, heated rear window. That's a little detail. Trailer couplings, front loader attachments, main color, design color, rim color, so on and so forth. Now, again, we have this in base game. This one exactly, the 6R Series 230-250. Starting price of $273,000. This one here also is $268,000. So you're going to save about $5,000 right off the bat just on this tractor that is modded. You do get all the kind of little goodies that the base game one doesn't give you, such as the color palettes and the different types of attachers. You do get different attachers here on the base game one. You can remove the 3-point link, or you can add the weight system and all that, the little slice weights and stuff. Or you can have the 3-point link. All that stuff is basic, in the selections there. But you do get the additional tire selections and all that stuff. You get the front loader option, which I don't think you get. Oh no, you do get no front loader on the base game. So yeah, all in all, this is just kind of a rehash of what I was saying with the Valtra there. And for 17 megabytes to install, being able to select colors and stuff, I'm going to go ahead and pass on this one. But this one does have a little trick up its sleeve. It does give you the ability to configure it to where you're going to go at 40 kilometers per hour or 50 kilometers per hour. And that is nice. That is really cool. So again, this is one I'm going to skip over because it's not enough to set it apart, but it is a nice little addition to the base game. Next one here is the Equipment Dolly Trailer by Scandinavian Viking Mod Rebuild Team, 9.17 megabytes to download, and this is a dolly. For $19,500, you can use this to attach your tractor to a semi-truck trailer or whatever the case may be. I mean, at the end of the day, dollies are dollies are dollies. There's very few of these that really kind of stand out to do anything besides hooking your main tractor equipment to something else beyond it. And as you can see, it's hooking up all your fifth wheel attachment stuff. So that's nice, but at the end of the day, we've got these kind of base game, and most likely, me personally, I'm going to use something like the Snuffle Stuck, where we're going to be able to get like a little bit more out of it, have a additional 3-point link on the rear of the Snuffle Stuck, even though that might not be the most realistic sense of equipment. This one here is just a little too basic for me. Nothing wrong with the mod as far as I'm aware, just not something that's going to be up my alley. Now, the thing that this one does is it has a ball hitch and a pin hitch that you can use. So that's what kind of makes this a little bit more universal for the work that can be done around the farm. Next one we have is the High Ground Ag Installer. This is a cultivator by Sid Modding, 18.92 megabytes to install, and you have a working width of where was it? 12 meters. There it is. $105,000, 300 horses required for this thing. This is a cultivator with the added ability to be able to utilize fertilizer in your pass with your cultivation. So it basically is in a fertilizer injector and cultivator unit at the same time. That's nice. Now, one thing that kind of throws me off on this one in particular is that this is going to be good for your players who are using base game. All fine and dandy. If you're using precision farming, though, precision farming tends to go off of what ground type there is in the crops that you have. So it really doesn't make sense to me personally to utilize this set of equipment for its fertilizer capabilities and its cultivation capabilities at the same time, because you have to have a product in the ground in order for it to register how much fertilizer you need for said product. So that one kind of, I just don't see how you're going to be able to regulate for your precision farming using this specific set of equipment. But base game, this will be an absolute home run because you're going to be able to cultivate and be able to fertilize in one pass. I like that. I like that a lot. And again, for 19 megabytes, it's not that intrusive. You need a lot of power for this thing. 300 horses, you're going to need a pretty big set of equipment and a pretty big pocketbook. Now, taking a look at our closest comparables here, we've got, let's see, under cultivators, we're really, as far as I'm aware, there isn't a good comparison to this because we don't have any base game that will inject the fertilizer. I don't think. I'm looking real quick, and no, I'm not seeing anything. So about the closest thing we can do is about a size comparison, which again, at 12 meters, you're looking at something like, you're going to have kind of an in-betweensy kind of thing. You're going to have the NBach Toy Fun 900 RP 5.8 at $97,000, or the Vaterstat NZ Extreme 1425 at $128,000. The NBach is 9 meters. The Vaterstat is 14.3 meters, which means that this kind of sits right in between the two, and sits right in between the two in the price. Closer to the NBach, though, which is actually really nice. And it gives you that additional feature of ripping in some fertilizer on your cultivating pass. So all in all, this is a pretty good one. I would definitely be good to go with this one if I was playing base game. Again, it doesn't necessarily add up in my brain. I haven't tried this yet for precision farming or anything like that, but I just don't know how it would work, because at the cultivating stage, you have nothing for the fertilizing to recognize. So all in all, that's what I kind of see with this one. Let's see. Will says, love that mod. Gotcha, buddy. We also got, how's everyone doing tonight? Doing fantastic there, bud. Doing great. Hopefully you're having a great day at work, and soon it'll be wrapping up and you'll be able to come on in and hang out with us here tonight. Next one we have is the Kverneland Monopill E-Drive 224. This is a planter that was designed by Hispano. 13.84 megabytes to download. A cost of $119,000. Required horsepower of 145 horsepower and 12 meter working width. A capacity of 2,000 liters. So all in all, this has the makings of being a pretty decent product here. But let's take a look at our planters. Again, we're looking for at least 12 meters in working width. That's going to put us into the Horsch Maestro 24.5 SV territory. So again, 119,000 for the mod, 145 horses, and 12-meter working width. Well, the Horsch is 12 meters, so it's a like for like in the size comparison. This does a capacity of 2,000 liters. I don't think this does seed and fertilizer. I think this is just seed. I could be wrong about that. But the Horsch does seed and fertilizer, which means that the price for the Horsch is much more expensive. $208,000 for the Horsch, as opposed to this one's $119,000. You're spending almost $100,000 extra for this particular plant, for the base game planter with the same working width than this one. But this one is skipping out on the fertilizer, I think. Now, 145 horsepower compared to 350 horsepower for that same Horsch comparison. All in all, this one is really, really sharp, and it's only got a 14 megabyte to download. I say this is a good one. Go grab it up, because this is going to be a good one in comparison to the base game equipment that we do have. Next one we have is the K-Brand 1200 Ultra. Oh, helps if I click on it. We got this one. This is a planter. It is made by Hemerson, Dentinaho, Orton Modding, and ML Modding. It is 10.69 megabytes to download, and this has a capacity for seeds of 1,200 liters, 1,200 liters of fertilizer, and a requirement of 120 horsepower, a 5.5 meter working width, and $80,000 to buy. This one, if we take a look again at our planters, which we are there, 5.5 meter working width, that's going to get us kind of an in-betweensy one yet again between the Amazon Presea 4500 2C Super at 49,500 and the K-Brand Maxima 3 Teal $59,000 to buy, 150 horsepower, and 6 meters. So it's going to be kind of right in between the two of the kind of comparables for the working with. Now, if you take a look at prices, this is where this one kind of goes off the rails really, really quickly. The mod here is $80,000. The K-Brand, the larger K-Brand, is 6 meter working with and $59,000. So right off the bat, the base game one is going to be saving you about what is that, $21,000 right off the bat. And this one has a fertilizer capacity and seed capacity, just like the K-Brand Maxima does. So you do have the ability to put in fertilizer and seeds. I mean, right now, based on what I'm seeing here, I don't know what would make me want to install this as compared to what we're getting with the K-Brand there, because you're going to spend less, you're going to get 0.5 meter working with larger. I don't know. I just don't see it. So this one I would probably skip over, me personally. But again, we've got the K-Brand base game that will do the job. Let's see. Next one we have is the Unia KLZ3A. This is made by Slyclift, Voxel, and Ostri. It is 3.29 megabytes to install. This is a cultivator for $740. That is dirt cheap. And a required power of 20 and a working width of 2.4 meters. So I love this old-timey looking equipment. This is really cool. 4 megabytes to install is next to nothing, really. So you're really looking good there. And again, looking at our closest comparables, really, do we have anything that's going to be close to this at 2.4 meters? The Noach Eco Cultivator 300 at $16,000 and 3 meter working width. Again, this is $740. I almost said 740,000. No, 740. Full sentence stop. That right there is going to save you almost 15 grand. More than 15 grand. Yeah, almost 15 grand. Almost 15 grand. I mean, that's unbelievable. Unbelievable, the price difference there. And you're only losing 0.6 meters working width. using this as opposed to the base game Eco Cultivator 300. Right there, you're talking a really good savings on price if you're looking for something that's going to be able to kind of get you into the market at a little bit cheaper and have this really cool kind of old-timey look to it. Yeah, this is going to be a good one. So I'm gonna say, yeah, go after that one if you don't mind the small equipment. Next one we have is the Actisol Acti Mix by AgriPoly Concept. This is a subsoiler and 5.3 megabytes to install. So we've got two subsoilers here. We got the TF306 is $12,000, 120 horsepower required, 3-meter working width. And the TR406 Plus, this is a $15,000 cultivator, 160 horsepower, so an additional 40 horses for an additional meter of working width. This thing does look really sharp. I do like the way that this thing looks. Now, if we take a look at our subsoilers base game, we have I think we have one that does 3 and 4. Yeah, the AgriSim Combi Plow Gold. That one does a combination of 3 and 4 meter working width. So let's use that as our base comparison. So this one here requires 120 horsepower for the 3-meter. The AgriSim requires 150 horsepower base for the 3-meter. So you're already saving, what is that, 30 horsepower. That's not too bad. And then if you look at the prices, this one here is, what was this one? $12,000. The AgriSim is only $10,000. So base game one, you are spending about $2,000 less, but you're requiring an extra 30 horsepower. So that might be a slight trade-off there. But then when you look at the 4-meter comparable, you have a $12,000 AgriSim versus a $15,000. So you're still saving a little bit of cash. The power requirement for the mod here is 160. For the AgriSim, it is 150. It's still 150. So this one then all of a sudden jumped, but the mod jumped, but the base game did not. It is the same horsepower for the two of them. So that's pretty cool. Now, all in all, looking at those, I'd probably stick with the base game one because you're going to save money. You're going to have the ability to go with the wider working width and still spend less than either one of these. The bigger of the two versions of the AgriSim Combi Plow is $12,000. That's the same price as the 3-meter version of this mod. But for 6 megabytes, if you want some kind of, spice, this does have a really good look to it. I do like this, and it has that kind of rear attachment 3-point link, which I believe the AgriSim does as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I do believe it does. So yeah, you can kind of piggyback this off of other sets of equipment behind it, so you're able to do things in one pass as opposed to many passes. So yeah, all in all, really, really nice. Next one we have is the TT Multi-Cultivator 5-in-1 Subsoiler. This is made by Hispano. It's 6.44 megabytes to install, $17,500 to buy, working with 3 meters and 240 horsepower for requirements. So again, taking a look at our subsoilers. This one, I guess we can kind of look at... Oh, probably the AgriSim again, the Combi Plow 3-meter at $10,000. So you're spending a little bit more on this one, but it does look like you're able to add something to this. I can't tell if that's a seed hopper maybe, or maybe, again, another fertilizer hopper to be able to add fertilizer in your cultivation pass or your subsoiling pass. So this one does have a little trick up its sleeve. For 7 megabytes, yeah, that'd be all right. And for an additional, what is that? $7,500, you're talking being able to either seed or fertilizer. I'm not sure which, but being able to do that in one pass, that might be worth an extra $7,000 and 7 megabytes to install. Yeah, I think that'd be pretty good. Next one we have is the Unia Grudzin's Plow Pack by Hetzel. This is a plow that is 13.28 megabytes to install. Looks like we have several plows here. It looks like at least 3 separate plows and a spike hitch. All right. So we got a plow with the power requirement of 20 horsepower, 2 furrows. Chiselback plow, $600. to purchase, so that's not that bad. Working with a 0.6 meters, that is really tiny. Next one is 0.9 meters at $1,000, and the next one is 1.2 meters at less than $2,000. Now the spike hitch, $200, 0.7 meters. Not quite sure what a spike hitch is. Oh, is it just? It's probably this thing on the right here. So yeah, all these are chiselback plows. Everybody in here knows how I feel about chiselbacks. Not the biggest a fan. 14 megabytes to install chiselback plows plus a little, dredger across the dirt. This one is going to be a hard pass for me. I'm just not seeing this one. But taking a look at our comparables, I mean, really, at the end of the day, about the closest one we've got is a Pogger Servo 25, $14,000 to buy, 85 horsepower, and 1.2 meter working with. I mean, $600 for the small one at 0.6 meters. You're talking half of the working width of the Pottinger there, but you're talking a significant price difference, a significant savings. $600 as opposed to $14,000. So you're saving over 13 grand, but you're getting half that. You're getting half of that width. So that's going to be, hey, if you got a small farm or you're working with really old equipment, trying to do like that kind of, ancient equipment kind of playthrough, then this is going to be one that is going to serve you well because it does look good. I mean, it is a chiselback, but at the end of the day, this mod does look good and it looks like it's just purpose driven. So yeah, all in all, I like the look of it, but chiselback, I'm going to run screaming into the hills. Let me catch up with the chat here real quick. Let's see. Where was I? Where was Will says it works really good for precision farming. Really? All right. Well, cool. I'm glad to hear that then, because maybe it's my misunderstanding. Because I thought that when you're using fertilizer, it has to have some kind of product in the ground in order to recognize how much to put in, or else you're going to be over putting, because then it puts down to like a baseline of whatever it is. So yeah, maybe it's my misunderstanding of how the precision farming works. Ken says, good here, Will T. Awesome. Will says, I didn't watch your video yet, but what did you think about Elm Creek? So Elm Creek, the map itself, it is what it is. I was never a huge fan of Elm Creek. So I kind of had that going for me, but there was tons and tons of issues with Elm Creek. Puma145, according to a commenter on my channel there, stated that there's going to be an update that is supposed to be pushed through tonight, and then it is going to be rolled out over the next several days. So hopefully the Elm Creek is going to be updated by the end of the week at the latest, and we'll have like a much better, more stable version. But it is broken at the moment. There's a lot of issues with it. I wouldn't recommend diving into a playthrough on it just yet, because it could be something that requires a new update. Let's see. We got Will says, what up to Ken? Ken says, the latest Elm Creek version has so many flaws and it is not funny and slightly disappointing at the moment. Prefer 22 version, but that's my opinion. Yeah, and the one thing that really blew my mind about the 25 version is it doesn't have the water ripple effect. So if you wade into the water or something like that, the water is stagnant still. It's almost like the water doesn't exist. So I don't understand what happened there, but it's just weird. Ken also says, no chiselback plows. I agree with you there, bud. 100%. Moving on to the next one, we have the Lizard Roller 2.8. For $800, you can have a power requirement of 25 horsepower and a working width of 2.8 meters. This is made by Blood Seago and is 1.2 or 1.12 megabytes to install. At the end of the day, this is a roller, and I like it. I like it because $800 for a roller is dirt cheap, especially when you look at our base game comparables. The closest thing we have is the Vaderstat Rexus 1230 at $46,500. So you're saving right off the bat almost 46 grand right off the bat. 2.8 meter working width as compared to the 12.3 meters. So it's significantly smaller than the Vaderstat. But even if you were to multiply this out, what is that? Let's see, we're basically 3, 6, 9, 12. Basically by 4, let's say by 5. Let's just do, for sake of argument, you're talking a 8, 16, 24, 32, 40. So $4,000 of price if you were to kind of expand this out to the same working with, or the same ish working with. I mean, $4,000 compared to $46,500. The price difference, the price per meter is so lopsided in the mods direction that, yeah, I would install this and, yeah, really like it. Now, again, this is going to have its limited applications because if you don't have a small field, it's going to take you forever to finish it. But all in all, this is really nice. Less than 2 megabytes to install. Love it. Absolutely love this one. Next one we have is the platform support. This is made by GainFS and is 1.63 megabytes to install. This is a attachment for your front loaders, your telehandlers, and your wheel loaders to be, and your 3-point link attachments to be able to haul around your headers for your harvester. This is amazing. I love this mod. I absolutely love it. Less than 2 megabytes to install, and you have an ability to be able to sling around your headers. The reason I love this is now all of a sudden it makes things more usable. What I mean by that is, let me go back here to base game, or back into the game here. So one thing that we got relatively early on are these. They are find them under tools, scrolling all the way down. These guys. These nice little header racks. Now the problem is that you have kind of an issue being able to get your stuff onto the top of the racks here. You could use like a pallet fork or something like that and be able to lift it up there, but you'd have to sit there and struggle to try and get under it and be able to get it up onto the rack and do all that kind of stuff. It could be a real nightmare to try and get things onto these racks. Now, there was something that kind of changed the game quite a bit. Again, maybe another game changer, in my opinion. But we'll get there. We'll get there. But this allows you to attach to your telehandlers and your front loaders and all this stuff to be able to get this stuff up onto these platforms and get it up and out of your way. It makes these things more usable. And we've had these for a while. Like I said, this is one pack. This is the header rack storage with automatic lights. We have this one here, the small 2-shelf rack to store regular sized headers. The header rack pack is what it's called. And then we got another one, which again, we'll go into that one a little bit here. But I love this one. And for 2 megabytes to install, being able to sling this thing around your headers around the farm is absolutely amazing. I love this one. Absolutely love it. Next one we have is let's go back to this. The Quick Belt System by Saab Modding at 0.1 megabytes to install. This is basically a refurbishing of base game mods that we already have available. This is the belt systems. They've been adjusted to be able to basically sling around more product in a faster amount of time. So what we have here are the Grimmy TC, the SL, the RH, the Lizard S710, the Meridian TL, and the Convey All. So all basically the base game augers and belt systems that we had available are now increased in their unloading speed. So you have the 1X, the 3X, the 5X, 7X, and 10X, which, I mean, that's incredible. Being able to pick this stuff up faster and move it across the map faster, awesome. Absolutely love it. Again, 0.1 megabyte, 0.1. Super small, super small. If you want to be able to discharge a little bit faster, here you go. This is going to be a good one for you. And if you got a huge bunker silo that you need to empty out and you want to, just shoot as much product as you can out of it as quickly as you can, yeah, that's awesome. And now you take a look at this, you can see all the kind of unload rates. So you got for 44,500 liters, it took at 1x 4.21 seconds, at 3x 1.33, at 5x 0.59 seconds, 7x 0.44, and 10x 0.32. That's incredibly fast. So being able to work through that much product in that small amount of time, imagine how much product you have in a bunker silo or in anywhere else that has extremely large capacities. This is a really good one. So small to install, and if you want to be able to sling it around that much quicker, this is a good mod for you. Next one we have is the Coloss Adjustable Weight Pack by Chris S. and Riley S. It is 1.77 megabytes to install. This is, wow. Chris S. and Riley S., let me give them a good pat on the back. This one I absolutely love. 1.77 megabytes to install, so 2 megabytes. That's all it is. And what this is a series of weights. Now, normally weights, I don't get all like gushing about at all, but this one, the reason this is nice is that this allows you to adjust the weight on the fly. You connect it to your tractor, and then all you have to do is hit a button combination, and you can go from, you know, this one up here from 600 kilograms to 1200 kilograms. I mean, all with the push of a button. You know, how many of us have had it to where you're heading down the road and you have your weight on the front of your tractor, but all of a sudden you go around the corner at speed and you get into a fishtail because you don't have enough weight on that front end of that tractor. That's why, is because you just don't have the right weight on. This, you can at least adjust the range to be able to try and make it to where you're sticking to the ground. This is awesome. I absolutely love this pack. And again, Chris S. and Riley S., one of the things I like to attribute to them is they are the type of modder that when they see a need, they fill a need. And that, I think, is a perfect encapsulation of, say, the Colossus pack, of the weight system that we have here. I mean, you have a problem, they found a solution to it. And I like it. I think this is a really cool one. And you have all these various lights with weights with lights that are attached to them. So that's really cool. Being able to have, you know, different sets of lights on here to be able to light the road a little bit better. That's pretty cool. That's really, really cool. Let's see. Ken says, just make sure that you set all the belts at the same speed to work properly. Yes. Yes. So if you've got one that's at 10x, but one that's at 1x, well, you're going to have a bottleneck. Absolutely. So yeah, make sure that if you're using those previously mentioned belt systems, that you're going to go universal across the board and change them around. Now, the next one here is what I was kind of hinting to earlier. This is the Lizard Hydroglide header storage system. This is by Superfly 1842 and is 1.1 megabytes to install. This thing is, again, I think this is a game changer for me. For me personally, I think this is a game changer. Why? Why is this a game changer? Well, I was crowing about the last set of attachments where you're able to lift your stuff up and onto the racks itself. That's fantastic. But what if you don't need that? What if all you need is your harvester to be able to load your racks up? Now, check this out. Again, I'm going to bring us back to the game, and I'm going to show this one off because this one I really do like. $17,500 to buy. You can see, you just put it down on a flat surface, and boom, you're done. That's all you have to do is put it down on a flat surface. Now, it does take a little bit of understanding where to stand and how this works. So up in the top right hand corner, I do have the dialog box available. Now, if you come over here to the control panel, you walk up to it, you get disable night lighting. So you can enable and disable that, and that's it. If we stand around here, we get nothing. Well, how do you enable the racking? What do I do? Well, you come over here to the number 2. Lower rack 2. So we push the button, and bam, that rack is down. Well, now how do I get this one? Well, you come over here to the number 1, of course, and lowers down all the way to the bottom right there. Now again, what if you don't need an attachment? What if all you need is your harvester and the header itself? Let's get a couple of these. So let's get the Massey here. And let's get a big boy. Let's get the New Holland here. And the corn header that goes with it. Cool. So first things first, let's get the itty bitty Massey. All right, so let's get this over there. Again, all I need is my harvester. The header itself, I don't need a loader or anything along those lines. This might be too small. Nope, just barely wide enough. But all you do is you bring it up here, just like so, disconnect, back off a little ways, and raise the rack. And there it is. And then let's back this little guy out of the way, just like so. Now, most of us aren't going to have two separate harvesters and whatnot, you know, to be able to load up. What's going to be most common is having one harvester with multiple headers. And again, just like we did there, we're able to bring this header over here and let it go. And then up and out of the way. And then once this raises up, we have room for a third header down here at the bottom. So that is absolutely amazing. I love this setup. This is one that was pioneered back on, I believe it was Mars the Mission by Superfly, same modder. So I am loving seeing this one back. And at only $17,000, all you need is your actual harvesting equipment. That's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Love this. We got some really, really good mods, and I've been really looking forward to AgriBusiness Tonight going over all of these mods. So yeah, as you can tell, this is a good one in my opinion. And again, for what was it, 1.1 megabyte to install, so less than 2 megabytes to install, you have the ability to store 3 headers up and out of the way. I mean, where can you go wrong with this? Where can you go wrong? I don't think you can. You know, and it holds every header size, every single one. So you can see the smallest one there. You got the biggest corn header right there. But you can throw on, like, you could even have like the Draper headers. You know, the ones with the built-in wheels and stuff. Let's see. Nope, not that one. No, it is that one. Yeah, transport wheels. So you can even have this one. You can fold away the transport wheels, pop it up on the rack there, and then when you get it down, connect to it, unfold the wheels, and then take off with it. I mean, that's awesome. It's awesome. I love it. Absolutely love it. Go check it out. Let's see. Let's bring us back here. All right. So the next one we have is the Brick Cowshed. This is by Radix Games and is 9.86 megabytes to install. This is a Polish brick cowshed, $35,000 to buy, and will hold 30 cows. This thing looks incredible, highly detailed, and shocking that it's only 10 megabytes to install. That's it. It is absolutely shocking because you get all the ivy, the brickwork, and all that stuff. Then you go on the inside, you get all the individual stalls that are in here. I mean, that's just incredible. It just looks like old and musty, and like it just looks like it's just been there a minute. I mean, look at that. You got all the nice brickwork and the multiple colors that are laid in that brickwork, the multiple two-tone patterns to the brickwork. I like that as well. You got the nice wood beams that are up on this roof there. What a fantastic looking mod. And again, for only 10 megabytes. Now, again, this is kind of dated, quote unquote, its style, that Polish style. It may be able to fit into certain maps, you know, across, you know, wherever. I know where I'm from, up in Michigan, there's a huge Polish population up there. So sometimes you do see the architecture that will kind of fit into this kind of style and stuff. So even on an American map, you can, you know, get this to kind of work but you have to kind of, be in the know of like local areas and stuff like that, whatever the case may be. Anyways, long story short, I do like this one. And again, looking at our comparables, going into our buy menu for our animals and cows. I do believe this is one for milkers. Yep, you can see the little milk jugs right there on the side. So the closest thing we're going to have for our milking cows is the cow barn. This is the Horman cow barn for 50 cows that will hold. But, so you do get a little bit more. You get 20 more cows at a price of $254,000. You can save over $200K from the base game model, the base game cow pen, as opposed to this. I mean, you can't go wrong. 10 megabytes, save 200 grand, and only 20 less cows. Oh, you know what? Let me have just a little bit of a tear come running down my face over losing what exactly. I have no idea. I think this is fantastic. Go out and check this one out. If you think that you can utilize it on your map, make it fit, I think that you ought to. This is a good one. Let's see. Our next one here is the Honey Production. This one is by John Wayne 1930. Ooh, the Duke. For not even 1 megabyte, 92 kilobytes to download. Really, really tiny. This is a production that'll cost you $18,000, and its inputs are water, sugar, and corn, and your output is honey. Have you ever been tired of having to deal with bees? Do you not want to go and smoke them out and deal with their stinging and their nonsense? Well, here's your next option, your next closest one. You can use your corn, your sugar, and your water to be able to come up with honey. Now, warning, you've got to be able to get the sugar somehow. So either you're going to buy a production in which you're going to produce sugar, which means you're going to have either sugar beet cut, or you're going to have sugar cane, and you're going to have to go through that route, or you're going to have to be able to purchase the sugar, from like the warehouse or something like that. So it's going to cost you a little bit of money. This isn't going to be a, easy peasy recipe. Now, the reason I mention that is I don't know if you're going to be able to get the amount of money out of this production that you're going to have to put into it to get to this point. So a factory for sugar, if you're going to produce it, even the small ones are going to be, what is it, like 34 grand or something, I think? 36 grand for a small sugar mill. I'm trying to find, there it is. Yeah, for a small sugar mill, $36,000 base game. So already you're 36 grand in the hole. Then you're talking about doing the crops of sugar beet cut, or sugar cane. One of those to be able to get that out. So you're going to have to put in at least a full cycle, have all that equipment tied up into the harvesting of it and all that stuff, or you can lease it out, whatever the case may be. But you then get to the corn. You're going to need corn. That's going to cost you more money. You're going to have a separate harvester and all that stuff, a separate, you can plant with the planter for both products. So all in all, you're going to be able to use that one kind of planting stage, but water's water. It's not a big deal. Now, the kind of outputs that you can see here, the cycles per month, 1,080 cycles, and you get for 3 water, 2 sugar, and 1 corn, you get 1 honey. This thing is going to only produce, what is that, like 2 pallets a month? It's going to be really super slow, and it's going to go it's not going to get you a whole ton. It's just not, at the end of the day. So although I like this in theory, I don't think it's going to produce enough to really offset the cost that it's going to need in order to get this up and running. So all in all, I like it. I think this is cool. I installed it, but I don't know if I'll ever use it because of all that. So that's how I kind of feel about this one. I think this is cool. If we could beef this up and make this into the larger productions, then maybe you'll be able to get some more output out of this. I think this would be pretty cool. Next one we have is the Empty Pallet Productions by Tethys Saturn. This is 6.93 megabytes to install, $60,000 to purchase, and we have several recipes to make our pallets with. So you can see this one does include furniture as an output, but also your empty pallets. And you can have things like your planks, your wood, and your wood chips as recipes. And you can see wood will give you your furniture and wood chips, boards, furniture and wood chips, planks, furniture and wood chips. Wood chips will also make your empty pallets. Wood will give you your empty pallets, and boards will give you your empty pallets. So those are kind of the various inputs and outputs for this production. For 60 grand and making a different type of production output, depending on how much you're going to get out of the pallets themselves, this might be a nice one, but I'm just not sure about this one because the various inputs that you're putting into this, your boards, your wood, and your planks, um, it's I don't know, it's going to take a pretty good offset in order for this to be worth the addition. Now it is nice that you do this in addition to furniture, so you can put in your furniture products in and get the furniture out, and on top of that you can get your pallets. So I do like this. I think this is kind of an interesting concept, but it is going to be one of those where I'm going to kind of proceed with caution because I'm not sure how much you're going to get out of these, just like the previous one. Let's see. Next one we have is the breeding stable. This is by Castor DS Agro Service, 6.55 megabytes to install. This is a calf barn with 5 calf pens within it, which is, I think, pretty cool. So you have room for up to 40 calves, $128,000 to buy 40 cows, and 10,000 liter manure heap. Yeah, this is pretty nice. I do like this. And again, for 7 megabytes, it is very, very small. Now, this is intended to be just a calving barn, so you can kind of see all the various, places for the calves to kind of reside and be able to kind of take care of them as they're itty bitties. But it's yeah, it's one of those that it's going to be a good little intermediate and going to be able to build that kind of layer deeper of your farm kind of thing. So that's going to be something to check out. I like this, and I think it's definitely worth an install. I'm not going to show a closest comparable because one, there really isn't a good one because we don't have any like calf barns base game kind of thing. We have full-blown barns, and they're meant to be grown up throughout the from birth to adulthood kind of thing. So all in all, I really don't feel like there's a good comparison to this one, but I mean, it is what it is. I like it. I think this is a good one. Go check it out. Next one we have is the Super S gas station. This is by Squiggles and is 5.01 megabytes to install. This is a gas station, a one-stop shop to quench your vehicle's thirst. So you fill up your diesel at the high-speed pumps, and yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a gas station. It's a diesel station. $46,000, but it's a really detailed gas station. You can see you can go into it and check things out. I mean, it just looks fantastic. The amount of detail that's on this is really cool. But yeah, all in all, for 5 megabytes, basically 5 megabytes, you can have this really nice thing and be able to kind of lift up and build up your map. So all in all, I like it. I think this is something that'll be worth checking out. And then the last mod for the 27th is a update to Sunshine Forest. This is by Carl TG, 304.2 megabytes to install. The update is for changelog 1.0.0.5, and it says added peat productions. Now this one I did an entire update video to, and went into a bit of detail about this particular update. The reason being is that it's not as straightforward as just a, oh hey, we added a production and here's an input, here's an output. The reason it's not as straightforward is because there were some, I don't know if they're intentional flaws or if they're just some like actual overlookings. So the peat system is something that you need to have installed in order for you to be able to use anything on this map, specifically the peat field, because that's the only crop that you have as a kind of starting out point on this map. You can see it down here in the bottom right hand field. These are all peat fields. Now what you need to do is you need to harvest the peat. You need to rip it up from the ground, and it's essentially quote unquote mowing the peat. It then lays it down in the ground in a giant pile. You then come by with a swather and a collector, and you can do that all in one pass. I showed in the video. You collect up all the peat, and then you take it over to the production point. Now, the unload from the actual collector, you are not able to unload it directly into the production point. So you have to lay it down on the ground, pick it up with a bucket or whatever kind of other implement you can, and then pour it into the production site. That's kind of, issue number one. But again, it works. It's fully functional. So don't think that just because I say it's an issue that it's not worth your time in installing or using or anything like that. I went through in detail that it works. Then, after you get it in there, you can produce they call it growth peat. And that growth peat will then be able to be sold off for a profit. Now, the problem is that on the prices per 1,000 list, so if I bring it back to the game here, if you look at your prices per 1,000 list, this list here, if you were to go scrolling through the list, there's nowhere in the list on that map that shows you growth peat as a product. So the problem is that it doesn't tell you where you can take it to in order to sell the product. But the only sell point that's on the map is right here on this portion of the map. And there's only one particular sale point that has like the capability of taking any of the other products besides wood. The other sell point is right about here, and all it does is take wood. So it's one of those like, okay, through deductive reasoning, you can presume that, hey, we'll at least try the sale point that's right over here. And that's what I did. I tried the sale point. I brought the palleted good to it, the growth peat, and it did accept it. Even though it's not listed in price per 1,000, it does accept it. It does make it to where you can sell it off. And you can sell it off for a pretty decent profit too, which is really nice. So all in all, it's a nice update. I like it, and it makes the peat system that is being implemented on Carl TG's maps a little bit nicer, in my opinion. It's given it legs. It started out as it was just peat and just the harvesting equipment, the pickup and the swathing. That was it. That was all you had at the very beginning. And then it went from that to being able to dry it, almost like a tedder. Oh, that really hurt. Sorry about that. I kind of got distracted because I was lifting a bunch of stuff up into my attic earlier. And in the attic, it's all that kind of press board, that like plywood board. And when the contractors were up there, putting that press board in, they left a whole bunch of shavings and wood chips and splinters all along that particular board. And when I was sitting down and scooting around, I must have had a piece of wood in my shorts. And when I went to adjust, it started poking my leg. I was like, wait a minute, what is that? So it just distracted me. Anyways, so long story short, started with just a peat to be able to sell that off. Then they added the ability to dry the peat, using kind of a tedding system. Well, then that was added, and that was nice. Well, now we have the next layer deeper here on Carl TG's map, being able to add the growth peat as a production chain. Really, really cool. If you haven't checked out either Sunshine Forest, there's also Tassie Farm, and I don't quote me, but I think there's a third map that all do the peat equipment pack as a part of the map. Could be two, but I think there's a third. I could be mistaken. So yeah, check it out. It's a pretty cool system, and it's something new to do for your farms. So that is it for the 27th of June. Now it is time to give my top mod, which, wow, it's got to be the tractor swathing. It's got to be. I mean, this is absolutely a game changer for me. And I don't feel like I can understate this one, because you can save so much money and so much time when it comes to harvesting, and it's still within the realms of realism. It's not something that you're going to be, oh, well, let me go get the Colossus harvester, go flying through at 200 miles an hour and at 50-meter working width kind of thing. No. This is something where you're able to, you could expand the working width on this and absorb more crops, but this is something where you can just hook up with your 3-point link and set it and forget it. I like this. I think this was really, really cool, and it's a far more approachable price point while being able to then also utilize the bonus feature that you get when you swath your crops. Love this one. This is definitely my standout for the 27th. Let's see. The next ones we have are all the way down here, starting with Shamburgo 2K25. So a little bit of a story behind this one. This map was with us on FS19. It was missing in FS22 and is now making its, in my opinion, triumphant return here for FS25. Now, the problem is that this took me an embarrassingly long time to realize that this was a map by a different name here on FS19. I was going around my initial walkthrough and I was like, why does this seem so familiar to me? Why does this look familiar? Why does this look... The starting farm, like, just stood out like a sore thumb. It's like, why am I recognizing this? It's because we had this in FS19, like I mentioned, but it was called Shamburg Valley in FS19. Shamburg Valley, I absolutely adored. And this one is no different. I think that this one is a little bit worse off than the one in 19, but not by much. Not by much at all. This map was created by ER Shava. It's 328.11 megabytes to install. This is a European style map. It's got multiple production points. It's got 2 BGAs, an east and a west. It's got lime stations, seed stations, animal feed stations, the whole 9 yards. What I absolutely adore about this map, number one, the starting farm. The starting farm has almost like a highway bridge that runs right through the center of the farm. It is one of the most unique looking starting farms I think I've ever seen on any map, bar none. Bar none. But then the rest of the map, you can't go like and take a road and be able to get to anywhere on the map. You have to know exactly where that road's leading you to, because certain roads will dump you out in single locations. That is it. So for an example, can I zoom in just a bit? Come on, zoom in. Zoom. No, can't zoom. Of course I can't zoom. Anyways, so this is your starting farm right here. This little blob right here. There's a road, the highway road I was talking about, that leads right out to here. So you can only access like this field, like from this area. They have a little side road right here. So you have no way of getting to this field or these fields unless you go out this road here. There's no connecting road unless you go all the way around this side of the map, come up to here, and then come out to here. There's no through road. Then your road goes out to here to this little section right here. You then go under a bridge right over here. So again, if you want to get out to this kind of forestry bit down here, you're only able to get to it from this access road here. And then if you go off to the right here, you're heading to the northern part of this portion of town. And again, the only way that you're going to get to this lower portion down here is to go down to this connecting road, down and around. This is the main shop here, right here. It goes under this connecting bridge right here and back around towards your main starting farm, the lower portion of your starting farm, down and around here. So it's got extremely unique and very specific road network that is really, really nice. The only thing that I don't care about this map, and it has nothing to do necessarily with the map itself, it's the addition of these trees, these olives and olive picker by Raleigh Christie 1. I don't like these because they don't work, in my opinion. It takes so much to get these things to shake free. Now, it could be something I'm just completely a mess of. I don't know if it's just me or whatever, but these olive trees and using the olive picker tool, I've never been able to figure out how to get it just right. There's like a butter zone that you've got to just nail it exactly where it could be, and then if you get it just so, then the olives will shake off of the tree. it's more annoying than anything. I'd much rather just get the olive harvester in the groves and just go about it that way rather than using this particular one. So this whole section of the map is, in my opinion, not worth the investment, and would rather delete rather than actually, get involved with it. And then again, you just go around the map and everything is just gorgeous. The hills, the undulations are incredible all the way around. I absolutely adore this map, and it is almost as good as the FS19 version. The only reason I say is almost is up here in the northwest corner, there was a giant mine up there with tons of stone, and now this is a kind of nursery forest area that you can grow and harvest trees from. I mean, we've got forests all around the map, so this changing from a kind of mine to a more like a nursery style forest was a little bit saddening to me. But all in all, it's still a solid map, still a gorgeous map. Definitely go check out Shamburgo 2K25. It is a doozy. And one thing that ER Shaba is notorious for doing, and I've seen it in many maps in the past, is that we start out with kind of this basic version, quote unquote basic version of the map, and then as time progresses, the map goes through alterations and updates, and those updates include different production points, different things like that that are unique and special to the map, which just makes the map just that much more special moving forward. So yeah, really like this one. Go check this one out. The next map we have is the Countryside Lands. This is by Grimlock RRC and is 204.88 megabytes to download. Now, this one does have several required mods, all of them by Grimlock RRC. There's Stone Silo, Wood Chips and Grass Silo, Lime Production, Chocolate Factory, Fertilizer Plant, and Biotank. Now, this map, I didn't much care for. It was multitude of reasons. Kind of similar to Elm Creek, there was some issues around the map. The map itself is fine. The undulations are nice. The color palette and stuff like that, it's all nice. The problem I saw is going around the map, there was so many parts of the map that just had very little consistencies on the tiles and textures and all the kind of painting swatches that are placed around the map to make the map look the way it looks. It was just one of those that it was like very janky at parts. But at other parts, it was really nice. Like I said, it had really nice undulations, really nice looks to it. Like I said, this is going to be one of those, it's going to be a real hit or miss for a lot of people, in my opinion. I think that some people are going to be like, oh, Dave, you're crazy. This is a great map. It looks good and whatnot. Me personally, I saw like all these kind of details that just, I don't know if it was overlooked or maybe it was some kind of issue with the bringing over to consoles or anything like that. But this town, the city area that's down here at the bottom left-hand corner here, you could see like the painting swatches as they encroached into the roadways and made it to where the road network was partially paved with pavers and stuff like that. Like it was just very jarring at certain parts. Same thing here, and it was even worse in this little section right here. There's a little aggregate of sell points and production points and stuff like that in this little section right here, and the textures and stuff were kind of bleeding in from the various shops and whatnot into the road. There was grass that was bleeding into the road, so it just really kind of jarred you away from the kind of realism that was trying to be achieved, and just kind of took me away from it. So with a bit of TLC, with a little bit of love, this map could be something very nice. I forget what I rated it at the time, but it was one of those that I think that this, with a little bit of love put into it, could be something that was really nice, but would be roughly above average, and that's about it. Next one we have is the MAN TGX Semi-Truck Pack. This is by HR Frost and Verzugbau. It is 98.29 megabytes to install, and we have a series of trucks. That can be utilized with an attachment system for things such as your cranes to load logs and stuff. is a very highly detailed mod, but for me personally, this is going to be a hard pass. And almost 100 megabytes to install for a set of trucks with some attachment capabilities, such as the crane system here. That's not going to be my speed at all. 150,000 for the TGX 18 series and 170 for the 26 series. I mean, you're talking both of them are 500 horsepower. You're spending an additional 20 grand. You get 3 engine configurations for each of them, and yeah, it's one of those where, just me personally, I'm not in love with the brand enough to be able to be like, yeah, let me go. I've got to have it, or anything along those lines. This is going to be a good forestry truck. At the end of the day, this is going to be a good forestry truck, but it's just not going to be one for me. So this is a hard pass. Next one we have is the same Lamborghini and Hurleman tractor pack. This is by Black Eyes Modding and is 24.43 megabytes to install. We have the ability to have the same Lamborghini and Hurleman tractors, the same Explorer, Lamborghini Grand Prix, and the Hurleman H48 4x8 for $45,000. We have an engine configuration of 70, 80, and 90. I presume that's going to be horsepower, but it says CV. And then we have the same Lamborghini and Hurleman 150 and 170 for $68,000. Again, a max speed of 40 kilometers per hour and a horsepower range of 150 to 170, depending on your configurations. Yeah, all in all, these are really nice. If you're loving the Hurleman, Lamborghini, and same brands, this is going to be a nice little pack for you. For me, this is actually really nice because for the basically the 3 brands of tractors and the 2 styles of tractors, you're going to put in an install size of less than 25 megabytes. That's the kind of magic number I look for when it comes to any mod. And it's got to be something really, really special to be able for me to download and break that kind of cap that I self-impose on myself. Now, again, for 150 horsepower, let's kind of take a look at our closest comparables. So that's going to be under the small tractors, I believe, at 150 kind of base. That's going to be, closest one, the Claas Arion 570, 530, $153,000 to buy. So right off the bat, even at the most expensive brand for 150 horsepower is going to be $68,000. You're going to save almost 100K right off the bat. And you're going to get 3 additional horses for your Hurleman, same, or Lamborghini. So all in all, that is a nice little output there. Now, the only problem I see as compared to the Claas here, yeah, you're spending almost $100,000 more for the Claas, but you're getting a front 3-point link, potentially going to be moving at a faster working speed, driving speed, the whole 9 yards. So this is going to, kind of, have some trade-offs on it. But all in all, this is a nice mod, nice model, and it's got the nice older looking tractors, which I personally approve. Next one we have is the Sluder 2500 VL. This is by MTL Modding Team and is 5.99 megabytes to install. $124,000 to buy and 240 horsepower. This thing is actually a really interesting tractor. Now, this is going to be under medium tractors, and again, 240 horsepower to start. So let's again look at our comparables. Going to be closest one. Is going to be the Deutz-Fahr Series 7 TTV HD, $251,500 for the Deutz-Fahr. This is $124,000, so already right off the bat, you're going to save over $120,000 by installing this. And again, 6 megabytes, 6. That's a really good file size for a tractor. Now, I like that. I like that a lot. Now, the horsepower for the Deutz-Fahr is 247. This is 240. So the Deutz-Fahr has it beat by 7 horses, but for a savings of over $120,000, sign me up for the Sluder right here. Sign me up all day, all night. I like this mod. I think it looks good. It's got that nice old-timey feel to it, and you're going to get a good amount of horses for not a high amount of price. So yeah, this is nice. I like it. Let's see. Next one we have is the Lizard Bazooka 15,000. This is by Sluches Modding and 6.83 megabytes to install. This is a auger wagon, as you can see here, and we have a price point of $8,500 and capacity of 15,000 liters. This thing looks incredible. I love it because, again, it's got that nice old-timey look to it. It just looks like it's just stocky and like imposing almost. Again, if we take a look at our auger wagons, closest thing we're going to have, which we don't have much base game for comparables, is going to be the Demco 850 single auger grain cart. That is going to have a horsepower requirement of 175 horses, 30,000 liter capacity. So right off the bat, the base game mod or the base game has a double capacity that this one does, but $68,500 for the Demco as opposed to $8,500. So you're talking $60,000 cheaper for this thing here for having half of the storage capacity. That right there, this is absolutely worth it. If you're into using auger wagons, this is a good one. And 7 megabytes to install is not that expensive for the size. And again, minimum horsepower, 85 horses, as compared to 175 horses for the Demco. Again, much smaller horsepower requirement, half the capacity, but 60 grand in savings. Yeah, this is going to be one to download. Absolutely. Let's see. Next one is the water trailer. And did I skip over days? Hold on. 25th. Nope, we're still in the 20th. Okay. Water trailer by F.A. Ersin Rayner. 7.07 megabytes to install. And we have a barrel. We essentially have a barrel. $2,000 for the barrel. It does it 2,000 liters. So $1,000 per $1 per liter. That's nice. So that's actually really nice. Closest base game comparable, we look at our barrels, is going to be the Abbey 550. Abbey Attachments 550 for 2,080 liters, the Abbey Attachments here, and a price of 5,850 liters. So right off the bat, you're talking a cost that's almost double for your literage price. That is a big one. And if all this one does is water, I mean, yeah, that's essentially all the Abbey does as well. So, and you get a nice looking kind of old school. I mean, really, honestly, this looks like something somebody just slapped a tank on a trailer. And it's like, okay, let's get to work. I mean, that's literally what this looks like. It just looks like it's purpose built by somebody with, a need. And again, I like that. I really like this. And for 7 megabytes to install, $2,000 to buy, if you need a way to transport water, here you go. Next one here is the Samsung Agro PG220. This is a slurry tanker made by Black Panther Modding and is 9.64 megabytes to install. $120,000 to buy, 200 horsepower power requirement, and a starting capacity of 20,000 going up to 50,000 liter capacity. This is a nice one in my opinion. Again, if we look at our closest comparables, slurry tankers, I believe we do have something similar to this base game. We have the Samsung PG228 Genesis. So that is $212,500 to buy. That is a triple axle tanker. Probably going to be closer to the Kaweco in all fairness. So let's readjust on the fly. Let's go with the Kaweco Profi 2, $60,500 to buy. Really? Wow. Hold on. 20,000, yeah, 20,000. Okay. So, okay, the Kaweco Profi 2, 60,500, horsepower requirement 260 and 20,000 liter capacity. Now this one, the model or the mod, 20,000 liter capacity. So you're talking, it's a push right there. The two do the same, but the Samsung here is double the price, almost double. I mean, 60,500 for the Kaweco, $120,000 for the Samsung. Right there, this blows it right out the water for me. It looks good, looks really good, but 10 megabytes to install, and it's going to cost me double for the same amount of capacity there. And does this one have a 3-point link on the back? It does. Yeah. So all in all, this one I'm gonna say pass on, because 120 grand to purchase that, for the same kind of capacities and all that stuff, not gonna be worth it in my opinion. Let's see. Next one we have is the Braidel, F2WS 4000. This is by PuzzCap and is 4.63 megabytes to install. This does do both fertilizer and lime, which is really nice. $28,000 to buy and 4,000 liters, working with of 42. I don't know if that's 42 for both of the products, or is it just 42 for the fertilizer. So it's one of those. Be on the lookout for that. It could be different. Now, if we take a look at our fertilizers, closest one we're going to have that's going to be in the same league is going to be the Amazon ZATS 3200. So this has a base price of $28,000. The mod does $28,000, and the Amazon $25,000. So the base game one is $3,000 cheaper. The capacity for the Amazon is 3,200. The mod is 4,000. So the mod has about 800 liters more capacity in it, and a working width of 42 meters. Now, where the mod comes ahead is that it does both fertilizer and lime. The Amazon only does fertilizer. So all in all, this one here is a nice one to grab at 4.63 megabytes to install. Definitely take a look at this one, because again, base game one, it's missing on some tricks here, and this one does the tricks. So go check it out. Let's see. Next one we have is the Raby MKE 300 and Multi-Drill M300. This is listed under Cedars and is made by Private and Yogi. 6.66 megabytes to install. We have a price point of $13,000 for the Cedar and a 85 horsepower requirement, 3-meter working width. And then the Power Hero is 15,095 horsepower and 3-meter working width. So this is one of those combo attachments where you can have the Power Hero and the Cedar all in one. You can see this is a good picture right here. Power Hero in front, Cedar in the rear. This is nice. I do like this. And for less than 7 megabytes to install, let's take a look at our closest comparable. It's going to be, I believe, the Horsch Versa 3 KR. Now, a total requirement for this of 165 horses, and has a capacity of 900 liters to start. Now, again, this one doesn't have a capacity that it tells you on the mod hub, but a total power requirement of 180 horses as opposed to 165. So the Horsch here does have it beat on that one. Prices, though. In combination, we got 13,000 plus 18,000, so a grand total of 28,000. The Horsch does 39,500, so this one will save you about 10 grand almost. That one's nice, and 7 megabytes to install is not that intrusive. So all in all, this one's nice. This one's absolutely nice. So you get that kind of combination of Power Hero plus Cedar, getting more work done in a single pass. Definitely go check this one out. Next one we have is the Horsch Tiger 6DT. This is a cultivator by PuzzCap and is 10.37 megabytes to install. $39,000 to buy, 300 horsepower is required, and 6-meter working width. So taking a look at our cultivators, we have closest comparable at 6 meters is going to be, let's see, the Horsch Finer 6 SL. $25,000 to buy, 220 horsepower. So horsepower, 300 for the mod, 220 for the Horsch. Right there, the base game already beats it. Then we got the working width of 6 meters, so that's a push for the two of them. And the Horsch is $25,000. This is $39,000 to buy. So the base game beats it right off the bat. And 11 megabytes to install is not that intrusive. So if you want to have the Horsch Tiger 6DT, well, then there you go. But we have a Horsch Finer 6SL that's going to be cheaper, less horsepower required, and yeah, it's going to get the job done regardless. So yeah, I say skip this one, move on to the next one, which is the Lizard AUS et Athena 1. It is made by Prismec, and it is 23433. It is a cultivator, 8.14 megabytes to install. And we have, what is this, 1, 2, 3 separate cultivators, it looks like, all various working widths. The smallest one, $6,000 and 2.5 meter working width. Power demand of 50 km. I presume that's 50 horses. We have a 2.7 meter version at $8,000 and a 3 meter version at $10,000. So all in all, this is what a cultivator. Yep. So again, taking a look at the 2.5 meter for cultivators, it's going to be up here. Closest one we got is the Notch Eco Cultivator 300, $16,000 to buy. The cheapest one up here is $6,000. So you're going to save 10 grand on that one at 2.5 meters as opposed to 3 meters. Now, if we get up to the like-to-like comparable, it's going to be $10,000 as opposed to $16,000 for the same 3 meters. If this is horsepower, the KM comparable, it's going to be 70 for the mod as opposed to 110 for the base game Eco Cultivator. So this is a really good set right here. 8.14 megabytes to install is not that intrusive. So if you're wanting a smaller cultivator, this is going to be a good one for you because it's going to beat out a lot of the base game stuff that we have available. Next one we have here is the Lizard LR290 roller by AW Modding ABP team. It is 2.16 megabytes to install. We have a set of rollers, it looks like, one for silo compaction and one for actual rolling. So we got the silo compaction for $2,845, and the actual roller for the fields is $2,845. So same exact price, 3 meter working width for the two of them, which is cool. So you can kind of get a double trouble kind of set of equipment here. I presume that you can either configure it or you have to buy it under the two separate sections for whatever job that you intend it to work for. So let's look under rollers, because again, that's going to be our quick and easy one. 3 meters as opposed to the Vader Stats 12.3. So quite a big difference. But again, $2,845 as opposed to $46,500. If we take a look at 3 meters, that's what, 3, 6, 9, 12, 4 times the $2,845. You're not anywhere close to a $46,000 price tag for the base game run. So the price per meter is significantly better for this modded set of equipment as opposed to the base game one. So again, if you can deal with 3 meter working width, then yeah, this will be a nice one. And it has the party trick of having the ability to you do both rolling and compaction. Let's see. Next one we have is the Bucket Hydraulic 3 points. This is by LVT Modding and is 7.14 megabytes to install. This is a capacity of 3,000 liters and a price tag of $3,500. If you're looking for a 3-point bucket, this is going to be the one for you. Again, 8 megabytes to install, not that intrusive in file size. It's got a decent capacity of 3,000 liters. You figure even our front loaders, I don't even think are anywhere close to that base game. Front loader bucket is 1,000 liters. So you're getting a 3x capacity increase by using a 3-point link, which is nice. I do like that. Even a telehandler base bucket is 2,640. So you're still getting more capacity from this bucket as opposed to a telehandler. Now, telehandler, you're going to be able to get up and around in more places. But all in all, this is a really nice one. And for $3,500 to buy, the telehandler bucket is $2,200 as opposed to the universal bucket for a front loader is $1,600. So yeah, you're going to be spending a little bit extra money, but you're going to get a little something out of it. And it's going to have a nice little unique purpose. You won't have to have a front loader or a separate tool, separate machine in order to utilize the other kind of tools that are available. So I like it. I think this is a nice one. And 8 megabytes is, yeah, that's good. That's good. Next one is something I am so glad to see back in the game. This one is the Drive Over Bunker by Dr. XML. I think it's Dr. XML. 2.67 megabytes to install. What do we have here? We have a bunker and a set of ramps. This is incredible. What this is a bunker that has built-in bridge support. And the bridge support, you see the semi truck right there. The semi truck is dumping into the silo underneath it and is able to drive on top of it. So one of the biggest issues that we have when we're doing bunk work is getting our equipment up into a position to be able to continue dumping. Because the problem is you have to get the fill plane or the dump plane higher than the existing plane that the chaff is sitting on. And getting it up high enough to be able to dump the contents out, you're having to sit there and go back and forth, wiggle your trailer around just to find that nice little butter zone to be able to load into. You don't have to do that with this. You just drive up on it, you dump out, and you can get a fully packed and loaded bunker like this one here, and it has millions of liters of capacity. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2.5 million liters of capacity. That's insane. And it's 2.5 million liters plus. You also have this one here. It's what? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1.25 million liters. So a little bit cheaper, but you do get a couple of different capacities. That's really awesome. Being able to have those specific outputs right there. This one I really like. This is a really awesome mod, and being able to have the convenience of driving over it as opposed to trying to back up or drive into the bunk, especially when you got semi trucks like this. Having the extra capacity and stuff, it's almost impossible to get a semi truck up on a fully mounted bunker silo. This is the solution around it. And it's a really imposing set of equipment. Like, it's huge. Taking a look at this semi truck here, I mean, that kind of gives you a scale comparison, which is cool. Let's see. Ezra, how's it going, Ezra? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Says, can I join? Ezra, right now, there's nothing to join. We are just going over the mods, maps, and news here on the past week's worth of stuff here on the Mod Hub. So it's one of those, there's really nothing much to join there, bud. I appreciate the interest, though. Next one we have is the Lizard Cow Barns by Mr. Hector. 67.37 megabytes to install. We have a couple of cow barns here. We have the cow barn small and the cow barn big. The cow barn small is $484,000 or $470,000 without the pasture. You can also get it with a feeding robot at $688,000, which is a lot. And the animal capacity is 200. And I just heard a ding in my ear from my co-host. How are you doing, sir?
Oh, I'm doing all right. How are you?
Doing good, doing good. Let's see. So we have also the cow barn big. So that is $592,000, $576,000 without the pasture. Have a feeding robot attached to it for $796,000. Oh, wow. Almost over $750,000 right there in just one barn. That's insane. But a animal capacity of 300. So you have 200 for the small, 300 for the large. It is incredible. And you also have the fence that you can add in as well. So it looks great. Absolutely looks great. Tons of detail. Nice weathering effect on the outskirts of the building. Looks like you also get solar panels. Is that what that is on the side of that building right there? It looks like it. You got the feeding robots, which is awesome. I mean, just all in all, this is an awesome mod. An awesome mod. Mr. Hector makes great stuff. This is no exception. And the only problem, 68 megabytes to install. 68 megabytes. That's huge. And this is one of the few barns that I can think off the top of my head that I think outdoes base game prices. So looking at the feeding robot one, because that's going to be the easiest to look for, we've got the cow barn large, has a 96 head of cattle capacity, as opposed to the large one here at 300. So you're getting almost a 3x increase based on base. And you have a price tag, base game of $722,500. The price for this one, $796. So yeah, you are getting a bigger price tag there, but you are getting almost a 3x increase on your cow capacity. So all in all, that's pretty nice. I like that. What do you think there, Will?
Oh, I was really waiting for these cow barns to come out. I absolutely love them.
They're nice. I mean, like I said, the weathering on it, the detail work, like you can tell where that near 70 megabytes is coming from. It is a absolutely gorgeous model, and yeah, it's going to be a really nice welcome to the game. But again, for console players, I don't know. I don't know if it's enough because you're talking again at the top end, $750,000 plus 70 megabytes. I mean, it's hard. This one's a hard one for me. I can be pushed in any direction on this one.
Well, also, if you install it, you're getting 8 different models in
Yes.
one package. So,
Yes, this is true. This is absolutely true. Ezra, can I start a map so we can play? So right now, bud, we're going through our show called AgriBusiness Tonight. This is where we talk about the mods, maps, and news. Maybe another time if time allows there, bud. I appreciate the interest, though. Let's see. Next one we have is the fertilizer production by DS Power. It is 6.97 megabytes to install. And we have our inputs of manure, water, and lime, and our output of fertilizer. Now, according to this recipe here, you can see 1,000 liters of manure in, 100 liters of water, and 100 liters of lime gives you 1,000 liters of fertilizer. So you are losing out on a little bit of product, a little bit of water and lime, but for $25,000 to buy, this is a nice production. I do like DS Power's take on all their various productions and whatnot, but this is one where I just like it. Even though you're losing a little bit of capacity there, you're getting a fair bit of production work and whatnot out of this one. Will, what do you think?
well, I mean, it is definitely something that I passed on personally. I mean, I do like some of DS Power's stuff. I don't know, it just didn't really interest me that much, so I passed on it.
I gotcha. See, these ones here, these kind of mods and stuff, production points and stuff, these are ones I tend to go after really heavily because they offer us the ability to be able to actually create the base game products that we need in order to move along on our farms. And instead of spending, what is it, like $2,000 for 1,000 liters of fertilizer or something like that, it's a ridiculously high price. Yeah, $1,920 per 1,000 liters. Rather than doing that, you can get these various other cheaper components like the manure and lime and free water in most maps and be able to kind of go from there. Be able to produce this fertilizer at a much cheaper than buying.
Oh, also, for anyone who's listening, don't mind me. I think I'm coming out with a cold. So,
Oof. Oof. Summer colds are no fun, sir. I apologize for, well, not apologize, but sorry you're having to go through that.
so I mean, it was, I mean, overall, I missed like, what, 1 day and a half, basically, which isn't awful.
No, not at all. Let's see. Next one we have is the GDR Pig Barn. This is by Hellraiser. 25.65 megabytes to install, and we have a price point of $32,000 and for 50 pigs. All in all, not that bad, and just like a lot of other Hellraiser's mods, this is a really nice one. It's got a lot of nice fine detail. You can see the weathering on the side of the building right here on the bottom half of it. You really can't see much there. But again, you got that like really kind of old stonework, kind of not bricking, but just like the covered bricking that you can see on this. Wish it would give you kind of an inside view of what the barn looks like, but it really doesn't here in these screenshots, unfortunately. All in all, 50 pigs, $32,000. Let's take a look at our closest comparable. Nope, let's go into that. Pigs. This is what, 50 it holds? So closest, nope, not sheep. Yeah, here we go. The pigsty also holds 50 pigs and is a price point of $67,000. So this one is half the price for the same amount of pigs. This one's nice. 26 megabytes to install is a little bit high, but again, you see the detail, you see the weathering, you see the speckling of the roof pattern up on the top there. It looks really good. If you got a map where this can fit in, I think that this would be a good addition. What do you think there, Will?
I mean, overall, I mean, it's not a bad mod. Don't get me wrong. Is it? I mean, it's something I wouldn't use. I mean, I could see this on Zalanka, pretty good. Just two big FYIs for people. A, there is no ladder, so to be able to get up in that hayloft area, you're gonna need to, either get a ladder or you're gonna have to get like a telehandler and climb up there. You can use the hayloft. There is actually a drop down point you could take if you have like small bales, like the mini bales. You can throw them down, and it's like right over top the feed trigger too, so you'll be good there.
Nice.
Also, you're gonna need. It's also very low, so like you're not gonna be pulling like a John Deere 8R in there with a big feeding mix. You're gonna need something small. So. What's up, Felipa? So.
Nice. Ezra, no need to apologize. No need to apologize whatsoever. Ghost Tech Gaming, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. This evening, everyone. Just dropping by to say hi and hit the like button. I appreciate you stopping by and smashing that like button. Greatly appreciate it. Moving on to the... Oh, go ahead.
To also to let everyone know, I'm pretty positive that this cow barn is about 16, 17 slots. So if you're worried about slot count, yeah.
The pig barn, you mean?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So.
Okay. Next one we have is the chicken fattening by Caster DS Agrar Service. Is 23.38 megabytes to install, and we have 3 chickening fattening systems on this particular one. So we've got the chicken fattening building 5000 is 5,000 chicken capacity for $356,000. We have the 2500S, which is the 2500 chicken capacity, $286,000 for that one. And then we have a 1250 capacity for $234,000. We also have a building with a manure dispenser extension, and that one is 400,000 liters at a price point of $45,000. But must be attached directly to the chicken house, removal with a trailer. The additional straw produces manure. Manure is removed via the manure dispenser extension. Alternatively, the standard manure place can also be installed. Attention! The base game does not normally support straw and manure for chickens, manure productions, and manure consumptions, therefore only works on maps with customized animal XMLs. So add straw and manure in the animal XML for chickens. So just an FYI, if you're trying to get that manure to work on just a average everyday map, it may not actually work.
Right.
So yeah, all in all, this is a really cool system, but the problem with this is that, again, those price points are a lot. Let's see, let's check out the chickens. So again, we're not going to have a closest comparable. The biggest barn we have is 360 chickens, and that's at $79,000. So really, 5,000 chickens for $356,000. That's really not bad for that that price point. The price per chicken is really low. But if we take a look at other mods, we do have things like the chicken coop in the bigger animals barn that holds 2,000 chickens. That's still $79,000. We have others like the chicken coop mod that holds 1,500 chickens, and that one's $85,000. So all in all, I mean, we do have other barns and buildings that will do similar stuff that this one does, but I don't know. This one's a real kind of a wild card for me. Yeah, 5,000 chickens. That's a big draw for me personally. 24 megabytes. That's towards the upper end of what I like to do for my mods. But the buildings, everything looks really sharp. Everything goes really well. But that price point though, $360,000 for the big guy, 5,000 chickens. Oh man, that's a struggle for me, especially because we do have other models that are pretty darn close. What do you think there, Will?
Yeah, I agree. How much was the 2,500 head of
25,
chickens? How?
25 is $286,000.
Yeah. So, for example, like the large old chicken coop by VX Mapping, great. Great. Absolutely fan. I love this chicken coop. You go inside of it, a lot of detail. Holds 2,000 chickens, and the price tag is only $85,000.
Oh yeah, yeah. See, yeah, that's a perfect example. So, although this is a kind of more realistic version, like these prices would be like actually more
Yeah.
reflective of real rather than like $86,000 for 2,000 chickens. Like it's yeah, like, that's not a realistic price point. But still, I mean, if you can save a buck, you can save a buck.
I know that. I mean, these you can't even go inside. So there's like literally no interior. So
Yeah.
I mean,
So
if you like going into buildings like me, like moi, and seeing everything for like a realistic role play, this is not going to be for you. So
yep, absolutely.
real quick though, when we get down to the news, I do have some news for everybody, and I I've been on the defense whether I should share it later or not.
Uh-oh. Good news,
So,
bad news, somewhere in between?
I mean, it's like in the middle. I mean, for certain people, it could be very good news. For somebody else, it could be horrible news. So,
Ooh. Ooh,
so
that's a news that'll tickle the
some
tickle the nerves.
somebody's, I know somebody's getting fired.
Uh-oh. It's not me, is it?
No, no, it's someone. No, it's someone getting fired from Giants, probably.
Uh-oh.
You-
Uh-oh.
Well, do you guys want to hear it now, or do you want to hear it after in the news?
You know what? Let's wait till the news. Let's
Okay.
wait till the news. We'll just kind of dangle that out there for people who are
Okay.
like, oh my goodness. It'll give for everybody a reason to hang around.
Yeah, right. It's the suspension.
Suspense.
The
Suspense. Dun, dun, dun. Next
Wait
one
around
we
till
have
the
is
end.
the Square Silos by AgriBusiness. Is 27.43 megabytes to install. And we have 3 separate silos. The 4x3 is 56,000 and a capacity of 235,400 liters. The 4x5 is 229,000 at 1 million plus liters. And the 4.7, $315,000 and a 1.5 million plus liter capacity. All in all, these are really nice. 28 megabytes though. 28 megabytes. It's definitely an interesting looking building. I don't know. Is this does this say this is made for like almost looks like
Finish.
yeah, I was gonna say Nordic or like that kind of region up there, but that's close enough. Does it actually say
Well,
that it's Finnish or?
well, I mean that's actually based off of like what it is Finnish, because Agri is known for making like buildings like the Finnish, basically from Finnish. So
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, it looks great. It looks absolutely fantastic, and having the different capacities and all that stuff. I mean, again, you get all the details. You can drive into it and do all that stuff. It looks like you can actually get up into the upper regions of the building there. So again, the 28 megabytes to install is justifiable because you got all the detail and all that stuff. all in all, because of the kind of overall look for it, it's going to have a hard time fitting in on a lot of maps that aren't, the kind of, I'd say, like European style and stuff like that, and specifically, like you were saying, Finnish style. So for me, this is going to be a pass for the size and the kind of restraints of the style. What do you say?
I agree. I know that this would look fantastic on Zalanka. The only reason why I say that is because he's on Zalanka when he took these screenshots. And it looks really good. I can also say, if you don't like terraforming, don't download this mod, because like you're gonna have to terraform, because you have an upper part and a lower part. So the upper part, let's see if I can get the screenshot. Yeah, it's like right up here. So you have like the upper part. When you place it down, it doesn't really do much. It gives you a little bit to work with, so you actually have to like terraform around it, because you basically dump in on the upper part and then you drive down below to unload. Now on the very first screenshot, you see like the big door with the windows on it, and then to the right you see the other, like it looks like a rolling up door.
Yep.
That's actually a sell point. For like wood chips and stuff like that. But the only good thing about this is that the modder made the ability so you can terraform without having to delete it. So there is that at least, but you have to do a lot of training, detraining the field basically. So yeah. That's all I gotta say about that.
So Ken says, I could probably see those silos on a Dutch or European map. 100%. Yeah, they definitely fit in around there. Let's see. Moving on, we've got the Sheep Shed. Oh, if it'll let me click on it. By CB Modding is 16.85 megabytes to install, $20,000 to buy, and 100 sheep capacity. Water automatically full. So that is very nice. All in all, this looks like a kind of British style. Well, it says Ireland or UK. Well, look at me go. I can recognize things in the world. I am geographically literate. Look at me go. Yay. But we got a sheep barn. We got a sheep barn and a capacity of 100 sheep. So why don't we take a look at our closest comparable? Let's see. It was 100 sheep. So that's going to be nothing base game besides the sheep barn large. 68 sheep is available on that one and $97,000. So, I mean, already you're getting a $20,000 barn. So super, super cheap comparable. And 100 sheep as opposed to 68, so you're getting an additional 32 sheep. All in all, if you got a nice Irish or UK style map, this is going to be one to pick up for it. This is a good one. What do you say there, Will?
Well, I wonder if CB Modding has a Facebook page. I gotta take a look later. I gotta message him. He's got a problem with the very first screenshot.
Uh-oh.
If you look at it, can you identify what the problem is?
Ooh,
I noticed it. Like it took me a minute, but I noticed it.
are you talking about the levitating sheep?
Yeah.
Well, is it levitating or is it jumping? Because the baby sheep do jump.
I know, but it looks like it's levitating because they don't jump that high.
I don't know. Maybe.
No, I've done sheep and they don't jump that high. So, overall, it definitely would fit in with a European map. I do want to let everyone know, because I know that this was a big problem. And it definitely will need an update, but it won't let you customize the fence.
How dare they?
So, because I know Mr. Silly Pete was talking about it in this video. And I believe Looney Farm Guy said something along about it too, but you place it down and it gives you the option to adjust the fence, but then you can't do anything. And then you just like go back, and then it won't even let you put down a pasture, like the meadow grass.
Oh, wow. Okay,
So
so
it's gonna need an update.
crazy, crazy. Well, we shall see. Moving on, we've got the Silos Pack by DD Mod Passion. This is 2.08 megabytes to install, and this is a set of silos. For $10,000, you get a capacity of 35,000 to 10 million liters. Whew, that's a lot of storage. Now, are
Tiny
you
little
aware?
silo.
Does this hold like a multi fruit, or is this like base
No.
gain grains?
So this is all base game grains, including like seed fertilizer. I believe it also holds lime as well. I also want to point out and make everyone aware, because I know a lot of people don't know this. Because I know Mr. CP was having a problem with this. I know Andy Farms was having a problem with this. I even tested it. I did speak with DD Mob Passion. He is releasing an update for it. He already sent it to Giants. You can't take anything out of it.
Uh-oh.
So, so
Warning, warning, do not put anything in it. Warning, warning.
so you can tip into it. That's not a problem. You can tip right into it, but you can't take anything out. And it only holds one crop at a time.
Now, see, based on the design, I'm okay with that. Now,
Right.
I will say that 10 million liters,
It's a lot.
well, none of these silos are realistically going to hold 10 million liters. So
Right.
if it was me, if you were selecting the 10 million liters, then also making it like multi-fruit or holding multiple crops at the same time,
Right.
I think wouldn't be outside of the realm of, okay, let's do it that way. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's one of those like, yeah, if you're going to choose 35,000 liters, well then yeah, one crop, one silo, you're done, kind of thing.
Right. Right. Yeah, but only holds one crop at a time, and there was also like a wrench icon right in front of it. You can go up to it, select on it, and you can actually fill it like you can like a normal container. I do want you to know it is in silos, and you can also find it in containers as well. So
Nice. Now,
just beware.
does that
What?
wrench actually work for like the crops themselves too, or is it just for
Yeah.
like things like the fertilizers and stuff like that?
It works for everything that goes into it.
Nice.
Just be aware you can't take anything out. So just
Don't don't do it. Don't do it.
do it. Be funny. No, I'm just kidding. No, it was absolutely horrible. No, because I was testing around with it because I placed it down, and because I had someone reach out to me and ask me, "Hey, is this a problem that I'm having?" So I ended up taking a look at it. This was before I watched both of their videos, and then I realized I was like, I unloaded it. It was just fine. I go to take it out, and I'm like, "Uh-oh, I can't take anything out of here." So I'm like, "Nope." So I reached out to DD My Passion, and he responded back saying, "Thank you so much." So he said he forgot something in the XML. So he
Oh,
sent
no.
an update in. So
Oops.
it happens,
Oh yeah, no.
you know.
Mistakes happen, things happen like that. It's not the end of the world. Just means that we can't, utilize it right this second.
Right, and for updates right now, it's a 2 day waiting time. So it should be pushed through. It should either be out this week or next week. He's open. So
Nice. Very cool. All right. The next one we have is the EU Factories by DMI20mm Normandy, 10.8 megabytes to download. We have a price point of $70,000 for our dairy factory, and that is an input of milk and sugar, and you get butter, cheese, and chocolate. And then we have at the grain mill a price point of $96,000, and you have your inputs of wheat, barley, oats, sorghum, and rice to get your various types of flour. So all in all, it's a nice looking model. You definitely get that kind of nice European style of building, very industrial style as well. 11 megabytes to install is not that shabby either. And again, if you're taking a look at price points and stuff like that, if this is like the capacities for a large production point, then these prices are amazing, especially considering, like, I think, what is it, like basically 300,000 or some like ridiculous amount for the grain mill. Yeah, like $288,000 for like a base game grain mill. So that's a really good price point compared to 288 versus 96. That's really nice. If you got a map that will kind of fit the style that this is in, then yeah, check it out because here you go. Will, what do you think?
I don't like this mod, and I'm gonna put that out there right now. Sure, the download size isn't bad. And if you're playing on a European map, if you like that, cool. I'm gonna say this though. The storage capacity for them is tiny. I think it's like 20, 25, 30,000 liter capacity for the storage. That's just for the stuff you put in, and then to put out, it's about the same. So, and the speeds is horrible for it. So, I personally think the base game stuff is faster.
Oh wow.
So, I'm going to put it out there right now. I do not like this mod. Not even in the slightest. So,
Well then, that would be one to potentially avoid if you're looking for
and
faster and bigger quantities.
and also to let everyone know, because I did test it out, because I'm that kind of person that likes to be nitpicky on things. Especially mods. When you place it down, it actually raises the ground up around it just a little bit, and you can't terraform it without deleting it. And then because I deleted it, I flattened out the entire area, so it was completely flat. I placed it down and it raised it up again.
Oh jeez. Okay, yeah, that'd be annoying.
So just an FYI for everybody.
Moving on, we have the Agro Handler Workshop. This is by Raider and is 18.37 megabytes to install. Price point of $75,000. It's a workshop and a repair trigger, so it's very highly detailed. It does look really, really sharp. And I don't know why, but it reminds me of a specific building on a map. I don't know why, but I don't know. It does. It just got a look to it. I like it. I think this is really sharp. If you're looking for a highly detailed workshop trigger, here you go. 19 megabytes to install and $75,000. That's pretty expensive for a repair trigger, but immersion.
Yep. I do agree. It's very highly detailed. There are separate rooms you can go into. Also, do not place this mod, and I cannot be clear enough when I say this, because the amount of people that I've had reach out to me, even over Facebook, and complaining about this mod because they don't know what's going on. And I said, do not, and I repeat myself, do not, in all caps, use free build, because what happens is when you place this down, it sinks into the ground because of the trenches.
Okay.
So when you put it on free build, it looks exactly like it is. Like, so when you back out and then you're looking at all the mods that came out, when you're looking at that picture where you can see like where it dips down, like it looks like it's on two tracks.
Yep.
That's how it looks. Like it's floating above the ground. So, and then when you delete it, you got a gaping hole. So,
Gotcha.
I mean, other than that, it looks absolutely fantastic. And this is a repair, not repaint. So just keep that in mind too.
Gotcha. Then, moving on, we've got the Farm Factory. This is by Omatana, 29.62 megabytes to install. And we have a couple of production points. Firstly, we have the Farm Factory for $50,000, and we have the Farm Supply Factory also for $50,000. So similar to some of Omatana's other creations, such as, let me find it real quick, because I do have it installed. where is it? I know I've got it.
I'll be right back and get some water.
Okay. Here it is. So it is the Small Farm Productions mod. It's very similar to that one there, where it has both the farm production and the farm supply productions. Basically, this is a more industrialized version of it. So I believe that the actual outputs and stuff are higher cycles and higher amounts and all that stuff. So you're getting the kind of same actual products that you're putting in and out, but you're getting it at a much quicker rate because the actual industrialized stance that this has. Again, 30 megabytes to install. I do like this mod. I absolutely do like this. This does have a very kind of European look to it, but it is something to where it could very easily be put into another American style map or somewhere else where, because of its industrialized nature, can kind of pass as a universal in other locations. Again, where I'm from there in Michigan, we've got a big, Polish population there. We've got a big, like German population. So we get a lot of the kind of eclectic buildings that are from around the world and kind of those different styles and stuff as well in those specific kind of segments of Michigan. And seeing a industrial building such as this would not be outside the realm of reality in my neck of the woods. So all in all, I like it. I think this is a really nice looking model. Omatana, hit another home run. What do you think there, Will?
I do like it. I can tell you that the capacities are decent. Of course, it's from Omatana. Another thing too is that unlike the rest of our mods, you can't go inside these. But overall, they're not bad. I mean, if you're definitely playing on the European map, by hands down, place this down. But if you're playing on an American map, I don't think this would suit an American map very well.
Well, so I was just making the argument that depending on the type of map that you're playing on, like in Michigan, for example, there's a very heavy Polish and German population. Frankenmuth is a good example. Frankenmuth there in Michigan is a very Germanic location. And thus their styles of architecture and stuff kind of take that into account, because there's so many people from Germany over there. They will, influence the architecture that's in that area. So it being a industrialized building such as, these look, it would be able to fit in very specific circumstances. I would not put this one outside the realm of possible.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, if you're playing on a map like Alma, Missouri, it wouldn't fit.
No. Now, I would say that the building, so the first screenshot, the one on the right, I would say that one could fit pretty universally. The one on the left, the kind of one with the smokestack in it, that one would kind of stick out, pretty heavily on most areas. The one on the right kind of fits in most locations, I think.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I love a lot of Omatana stuff. I do have some of her stuff installed. Overall, yeah, it is a very interesting mod, and I would definitely use it if I was on a European map. That's just me personally. But I play more on American style, so unfortunately, I'm sorry, Omatana, but I would not be installing this. I'm sorry.
How dare you?
Fine, I'll leave.
Moving on to the next one, we have the Luminous Candles by AgriBusiness. Is 0.42 megabytes to install, and we have lights. That's right, we have lights. We have an orange and blue beacon, $20 per pop. And yeah, if you're looking for something that goes blinky blinky, here it is. Something to draw your attention away from things. In blue, in orange. Yeah, this is going to be something I'm going to pass, even though it's not even a megabyte to install. This is more kind of storyline fuel than anything. Yeah, role play, exactly. So this is going to be one that isn't going to necessarily tickle my fancy, but It is what it is.
So I posted this right as when the new mods dropped. I posted this. I had to delete it and then put it back up again. But before I deleted it, because there was some that were missing, I had a couple comments on this one, basically stating, "Oh look, it's a glow in the oh look, it is a glow in the dark stick. What are we supposed to do with this in Farm Sim?" Um, and then to be one of those sarcastic people, because everyone knows who I am, I was like, I don't know, build an airport.
Build an airport, do the police scene like they got
Wait.
here.
Yeah, I was like, wave them on, you know. So, and then and the dude had a comment back, and he goes, "Dude, that's not funny, man." I was like, I thought it was.
I disagree.
So, but for some odd reason, my internet messed up. So there was about 5 mods that were supposed to be in the new release days, that weren't in there, so I had to delete it and then re-put it back up again. But
Oh no.
yeah, this is definitely one of those things. If you're definitely really into like role play, like deep down role play, this is definitely for you. If you're just out there farming or having fun, no, this is. I personally have no use for this, but hey, it's there if you want it.
Exactly. Yep. 100%.
I also had someone comment on it, and then which I wasn't gonna delete it, but I had to delete the comment because he threw a swear word in there, and I was not happy about it. He said, okay, I've about had it up to here with, and they dropped the F-bomb. With Giant Software. What is this? This is not construction simulator. This is not police simulator. Why do we need this? This is farming simulator. It's like, come on, people.
Well,
It's like mods are mods, you know?
just because a mod doesn't fill your role or your need doesn't
Right.
mean that it's not going to fill somebody else's need.
Right. And on top of that, too, it doesn't mean you gotta start swearing on Facebook, too. You know? Like if you don't like it, guess what? Pass, move on. That's all you gotta do.
Exactly. Oh well, it is what it is.
Yeah.
And
Today's
with
been this previous week, and I don't know about you, but this previous week has been a nightmare for me.
Oh really?
Like, not me personally, well, kind of, but with posting all these mods that have been coming out all last week, it's been nothing but a nightmare. Because
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like I'm getting a whole bunch of comments, and I really hope that people are listening to this, like, eventually when people, review and stuff. But please be nice to modders, please. I'm begging you, because the amount of negative attitude towards modders now is ridiculous. So it's like people are not happy with anything anymore. So it's been nothing but negativity going on for this whole week of mods. So
Ay, ay, ay. No bueno.
nope.
All right, moving on to the last new mod of the 25th. We have the Fence Pack by Monkey Funky.
Funky, I love it.
Monkey Funky. Anyway, $20 per segment, and we have a series of 6 different fences with gates. If you're looking for fences with gates, here you go. It's not too bad looking. I do like the kind of string posts that's on here, and even the picket fence there has looked real sharp. I think that this is a nice little pack for 5 megabytes to install. Not too bad
Ew,
at all.
gross. Ew.
You? Huh? What? Who?
No, I had a mosquito that just flew in my face and went poof, and now it's all over my hand.
Oh no.
Ugh, gross. Thankfully, it's not that bad. For this, I do agree. It's the very last screenshot, but I do love the fence. With the wooden posts going at an angle,
Yep.
on the fence line. That's like my favorite one. I would still pass on this. It's definitely not for me though. Um, but I mean, if you're definitely looking for a different kind of fence, like fencing, I mean, it's there. I mean, great job to the modder though.
100%.
You
100%.
know, so
And that was the last new mod for the 25th. Now the two map updates. Now these two I'm going to lump together because they're basically the same changelog. We have Lapinky and Starovis. Both of these are by Grainiac and Favre. And yeah, the changelogs are as follows. So we've got for the Lapinky 1.4.0.0, we have objects under the map have been removed. A few decorative plants have been added in some places. Changes have been made to crops rye, triticale, and spelt. Removed generation of tram lines in alfalfa and clover fields in Precision Farming DLC. Added new crops green rye, silage maize, fetched rye, field grass, and mustard cover crop. Fixed Czech translation, added Japanese translation. So that is 1.4.0.0 there on Lapinky, and then Starovis basically change log is identical with the exception of it being for, I think it's 1.2.0.0 if I remember. Yes, 1.2.0.0. You can see same exact change log for each of the maps. I did an update video for both of these, and as best as I could tell with the things that I could see, the new crops were indeed added in there. The generation of tram lines had been removed from the alfalfa and clover fields. All in all, it seemed like the update was an absolute success. So if these are maps that you are interested in, go check them out. According to this, that a new save is not required, although it is recommended for you to fully enjoy the changes. So,
AKA
a
new
new
save
change
game.
log. Yeah, a new save game. Just come on.
A new
come on.
change log.
Yeah, a new change log. New save game. A new save game, people. Just come on. Just say it. Just say it with me.
Just say it. Just say it.
New save game. Anyhow.
I also want to point out, and I I understand that it's not a map, but the wheel loader shoveler pack got an update. Now it actually works for anyone wondering. So by Max Trucker 921, the one that I told you about, that the unrealistic capacity, like you filled it up and then you try to go lift it up and the whole wheel loader goes up in there. Yeah, that got fixed.
The bucket doesn't actually leave the ground.
No, and it's like a gigantic magnet, and it's just, and it, all you do is go wee. So,
That's
but
funny.
yeah, it's been fixed now, so you're all good.
Awesome. So that's it for
well,
the 25th there, bud. What do you think? What's your jam for the 25th?
I'm not gonna lie, I actually had two favorite mods.
Let's hear it.
First one is the Lizard Cow Barns by Mr. Hector.
Nice. Good choice. Good
and
choice.
The other one is the Drive Over Bunker Silo by Dr. XML. Love it.
Both of those are amazing choices. I will give you both of those. I will come back and retort Shimburgo 2K25. That is by far and away my favorite. I loved that map when it was Shamburg Valley and FS19. And it's one of those where the small changes that were made to the map here in FS25, yeah, I'm a fan. I absolutely love that map.
It didn't really. I mean, I looked at it and I'm like, yeah, just like it looks good, but it didn't make me be like, oh, I gotta go and install that. I'm not gonna lie, and I know a lot of people will probably hate me for saying this, but I liked Elm Creek over the.
I hate you for saying this.
No, dude. Oh, I actually took some screenshots. I had to send you the screenshots, but I built a huge farm, and I already got a whole bunch of work done on it. I probably already have almost 60 hours in the map already, even though it just came out. I'm gonna tell you what though, I am beyond irritated.
Why is that?
Because I spoke with Puma 145.
Okay.
And I know what the changelog is for it. he didn't say it in there, so I ended up reaching out to him and asking him, and he said yes, it does require a new game save, and I'm like,
No! Oh.
I spent almost 8 hours building this farm, and I'm like, come on, man. So I'm like, no, I'm not updating it.
Well, somebody reached out to me via YouTube message and basically told me that Puma145 was aware of a lot of the issues and are making the adjustments tonight, it sounded like, and should submit it here tonight, hopefully. And hopefully later this week we ought to be able to, have the updated version.
The as far as I'm aware, when I talked to him, which was yesterday, this morning he set it off.
Oh, perfect.
So, and if then for updated mods, for waiting time is only 2 working days.
Yep.
So,
yeah, so hopefully by Friday, no later than we'll see that map get updated and people will be able to enjoy it in its entirety.
So, and speaking of that week, which I know we're not going to go back, but when we get into the news, I'll talk about it.
Okay. Let's see. Moving on to our next one. Let's see. Close that out. We've got the Fent 900 TMS Vario. This is by Smetty and is 22.3 megabytes to download. This is the production years of 2002 to 2006. $180,200 to purchase and a power of 160 to 300 horsepower. Quite a bit of range there. Darn near double. Yeah, so the Fent 900 would be under large tractors, actually. Do we have a Fent 900? I feel like we do. Yeah, we do have the 900 Vario. Now, this is, I believe, the older model than what we have here in base game. Just looking. Okay. So this does have a power starting of 160 horsepower and $180,000 to buy. Now, the base game 900 has a starting price of $327,500. So you're automatically saving like about almost 150K, give or take.
Almost.
So not too bad, but you're also only getting 160 horses as opposed to the 296. So you're about 130 horses shy, for that 120, or how much did I say it was? 125,000, give or take? Yeah,
around there.
Give or take. So yeah, I mean, it's one of those, like, you're paying less, but you're getting significantly less as well. Now you can get up to the 300 horsepower, which will get you right around the base game model. Like 296 is a base game. This is 300 that you can get up to, but depending on how much that upgrade is gonna really depend on whether or not this mod is gonna be worth it. Now 23 megabytes to install, that's my threshold that I look for, is under 25, so it's right there. If you can get the 300 horsepower for still cheaper than the 327,000, then I say that this is one worth installing.
For a Fent, it's not bad. Also, I would like to point it out. Yes, to let everyone know, the IC, which is interactive control, is PC only. Can people stop asking me if it's for all platforms, please? the amount of times that when I posted this mod up as new mods on this other page I'm on, I instantly had someone reach out to me and be like, "Oh, I see if I buy Vertex Sun, like I can't find it anywhere. I'm on PS5." I'm like, "It's PC only."
That would do it.
I heard nothing else from them. So
crickets.
It does look very, very good.
It does.
So, like I said, I'm not a huge Fent guy. I know my favorite Fent tractor is the 1000 series.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like I said, I know Smetty makes a lot of really good stuff. So, I mean, if you're definitely into Fent and you're definitely into the older tractors, this is definitely a good one to go for. So
100%. All right, the next one we have is the Fendt Favorite 600 LS LSA. This is by Farming Duds. 37.16 megabytes to install. Looks like we have a starting price of $39,400 and a starting configuration engine size of 110 horsepower, but you can get it up to 185 horsepower. Blow off sound. That sounds interesting. Yeah, so 38 megabytes to install. That is that's a good chunk for a tractor, really for any tractor in my opinion. Now, if you take a look at our kind of starting off, that 110 horsepower is going to be, pretty much a small tractor territory. Let's see. Closest one we got is the Fendt 300 Vario. Just so happens. That one is $134,500 and a starting engine configuration of 113 horsepower. So you're going to get about 3 extra horsepower, and you're going to be spending a lot more, about 100K more for that 3 extra horses. So all in all, you can install this for nearly 40 megabytes and spend 100K less. That's a pretty good savings. That might be worth it if you're in defense and you want something around this power band. So yeah, it's might be worth checking out. Will, what do you say?
Well, a couple things. First thing is this is actually a medium tractors, not small tractors. So I'm pretty sure you said small tractors, right?
Well, it's listed as a medium tractor, yes, but the power band would put it in the small category.
Yeah, you're correct on that one. I don't know why it's a medium tractor, but whatever. Also so you said it's by Farming Duds. First of all, I love the name Farming Duds. It just sounds so cool. But it's also by Polo Freak.
Oh, I completely skipped over. Oh man, I skipped over 2 of them. Polo
and
Freak
Street's
211.
Finest.
Yeah, Street's Finest. Dang, we got some good names out there, folks.
Yeah. This is an absolutely really good tractor. I know some people were excited to see this. You were also commenting on the blow off sound.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what that means is that when you start it up and turn it off, it has like a turbo wind down or startup sound.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
And when you start it up, the smoke actually goes like it actually goes upwards and then it calms down, like in real life. Which I think is pretty awesome. So.
Okay, so like an excess bellow diesel. Nice.
Yeah. So
that's cool. See, it's those little details that really set things apart.
Now, I know that the next one, I know a lot of people were very happy to see. The next one we're going to talk about.
The Fendt Favorite 500 by Hispano.
Yep.
16.36 megabytes to install. Price point of $76,000. A power starting out at 115 horsepower can get up to 150 horsepower. That would, again, it's listed under small tractors this time, so it's categorized correctly.
Right.
And about the Fendt 300 Vario is going to be its closest comparable. So again, $134,000, $500 to purchase that one compared to $76,000. So again, you're saving about $50,000 right off the bat, and only 17 megabytes to install. Yeah, I would definitely run with this one. Absolutely. You can save 50 grand and it's only 17 megabytes to install. Sign me up.
Right. Yeah, I personally think, I mean, I didn't install it, but I personally think this is a great tractor. I know after I posted this, I had almost 28 comments on there. Basically from people saying, finally a favorite 500, finally. And then it just completely just went out of the park. And I'm like, someone's happy. and then somebody actually commented on it. I ended up commenting back and I was like, be respectful, please. That was not very nice, because the person ended up commenting, he said, finally, Hispano actually brought something useful to the game.
Oh, jeez.
So I was like, come on, man. People.
And moving moving on, we got the
Moving on.
Volvo F8. What?
No, I was saying along with you. I was like, moving on.
The Volvo FH16 pack by HR Frost and Vosugbau. 53.53 megabytes to install. Looks like we got a pair of Volvo trucks. The FH16, $137,000 to buy, 600 horsepower, and 3 various engine versions. And we have the FH Electric, $145,000 and 450 horsepower to start out with. This is going to be a hard pass for me. Volvo is not my jam. It's not one that I'm going to go tripping over. So saying that 54 megabytes to install right off the rip is going to be a hard sell for me for any vehicle. But then make it a Volvo, make it an electric. I'm just going to pass. Now, in all fairness, these look really good. HR Frost and Vosugbau makes really good mods. This is no exception. This is just my kind of self-imposed standards that make it to where this would not be something that I would, go running out for. But you can see all the various designs and stickerings and all that stuff. It does look really sharp. So yeah, I gotta give them their due. If this is a me thing, not a them thing.
Right. Also, can you take one lucky guess besides it looks absolutely fantastic? Can you tell me, or can you guess why it's so high in the megabyte download?
Well, my guess is that it's because there's the multiple skins and versions that are in it. It looks like it also has, let's see, lifting axles and things like that. So there's going to be different animations and 28 shop configurations, 19 colors, 4
That was
axle
it.
variants.
Was it 28 options to choose from inside the store? 28. Yeah. Like you can definitely deck this thing out like really good. For me, it's a hard pass only because I don't like that kind of semi with like the complete flat nose. Also, man, I do like Volvo. I mean, I do like Volvo, but oh, Bree's coughing. I can say though that when you're using the electric one, be very cautious. It's nothing major, but when you go to start taking off and you have a trailer full of stuff, the wheels tend to spin for a minute, and then it finally it finally catches. And then the whole front of the truck kind of lifts up levers, and it starts doing like a bounce kind of thing, and then it finally goes.
Oh my goodness, that's nuts. So there's too much torque to it, so it just kind of rips through.
Or just not enough torque. But all I do know is that have you ever seen like those cars? I know they'll show in movies or everything. That like go like the suspension makes it like bounce.
Oh, like the lowrider kind of style.
Yeah, that's exactly how it kind of looked like. It was like with it, and then it finally took off. I'm like, it's probably the best thing on that.
That's funny. Let's see, Samuel with the good morning people, Florida. You all good morning, Samuel. Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Welcome back in. Let's see, moving on, we've got the custom pickup truck bed pack by Roughneck Modding Crew, 44.78 megabytes to install. We have various different attachments. Looks like starting with the skirted hauler for $5,000, the hot shot bed by $5,500, the hauler bed for $5,000, the utility bed for $5,000, the service body for $5,000, the dump bed for $5,500, the box transfer tank for $6,000, cube transfer tank for $1,500, the L base transfer tank for $600, wedge transfer tank $600, and the custom bed instructions for use. Let's see, purchase a custom bed, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, these are all the various different attachments for, what is this, I'm trying to think, why can't I think about it off the top of my head? Is this the Silverado?
No, this is technically it's Lizard, but it's the Ford F-350 that they came out with.
Okay, yep.
It's a Super Duty, yeah.
Nice. So yeah, this is the kind of companion for the for that model. So very, very nice, and you can see all the different kind of attachments and stuff. if you've got the, Lizard F-150 or F-350 already installed, maybe check this out because this could be kind of a cool little attachments pack to go along with it. Me personally, I don't have that installed, so this is one that is kind of off my radar, but going to be one where at the end of the day, if this is one you've already, oh yeah, it says Super Duty version 1.2 right there at the bottom.
Yeah. Yep.
So so one of those that if you got this installed, go for it. This will be something that'll bring a little bit more dynamic flair to your pickup truck. What do you think?
Oh, I absolutely love this. I actually installed it because I have the truck. Love it. I've been waiting for this. One nice thing though is, um, in all these beds, excluding the service bed, but all the rest of the beds, you can have a gooseneck or fifth wheel hitch, including the trailer hitch, which is nice. Sorry, sore throat. The diesel tanks, when they're empty, you can lift them up by hand.
Oh, nice.
When they're full, good luck. So, also, for some odd reason too, with these, I haven't tried it with any other diesel tank, but with these, when you pull up next to something, it automatically refills the vehicle that you pull up next to.
Oh, really?
I don't know if it's the same. I know Mr. Sealy P tried it. Tried it out with with another diesel tank, and he said it did the same thing. So I don't know if it's a game mechanic that went wrong or something. But I know when he used this though, it automatically refilled, and then when he drove back up, it didn't do anything. And then when he drove away and backed right back up to it again, it popped up with said unload. Like the it was like the right bumper and triangle or whatever it is. When you back up to it, then it popped up, and then he drove away, and then came back to another vehicle, and it automatically started unloading it again. He drove away, went to another vehicle, and it popped up with the exact same thing. Do this to unload. So, I don't know.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
So,
definitely keep you on your toes.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Next one we have is the Romeco U622. If it would let me click into it. By JMZ, this is a Discaro, 6.07 megabytes to install. We have a price point of 60, horsepower requirement of 85 horsepower, and a working width of 2.7 meters. So taking a look at our closest comparables here, we have under Discaros. Let's see, 2.7.
Yeah.
2.7, so gonna be the Notch Crossmax 300. Price point of $9,000. Again, this one starts at $6,060 for some reason. And the working width of the Notch is 3 meters. This is 2.7 meters. So for about $3,000 worth of savings, you only lose about 0.3 meters. So all in all, that is not too shabby, and 7 megabytes to install. Again, not that intrusive. I think this is going to be a win. Definitely download this one because you're going to be saving a little bit of cash, and you're only going to be losing out on a small amount of working with. All in all, this is nice. I like it.
There's two things to say. First of all, JMZ does a phenomenal job, and this is no different. Very highly detailed down to the bolt. Also, this is a perfect mod for you if you like that small farm shenanigans. So, it's a pass for me, but
yeah. No, I mean, it's one of those where when giving my assessments, I always just look to see if it's going to be out what it is that we have in base game. It's going to be on the individual whether or not they find it useful for them in their specific setups and situations. Right. So, yeah, for me, it's one of those that I would install it because it's better than base.
I mean, it's basically 6 megabytes. That's not awful, though.
No, not at all. Not at all. So, yeah, it's one of those where this is definitely going to be one of those where it will serve a purpose. You'll be able to utilize it and save a little cash, too.
Okay, is it just me, or does it seem like like FS25, you can have a lot more mods.
Like just in general, you mean?
Yeah, so I went back to FS22 and I counted. I had about, it was a little bit over 100 mods I had installed. And I was at 95 capacity. That's with one map installed, which was Elma, Missouri. I have one map installed, and I have about 330 mods installed. And I'm only at 80%.
Oh wow.
So,
Well then, yeah,
so
you definitely got something going on there.
So,
Let's see. Our next one is the Quivog? That thing. APXRS by Mateo 40 and Nico Do 55. 9.75 megabytes to install, $24,800 to purchase, and a horsepower requirement of 120 horses, 4.4 meter working width. If we take a look at our comparables, again, this is a disc arrow. 4.4 meters is going to put us, it's going to be an in-betweensy one again. We got the Crossmax 300 we were just looking at for $9,000, and the Vaderstat Carrier XL 720 or 625 at $75,000. The Crossmax is 3 meters. The Vaderstat is 6.3 meters. So this is somewhere in the middle. $24,800 for the mod, which means that it's going to be, you know, quite a bit more expensive than the Notch there, but not as expensive as the Carrier. Again, right in the middle. And horsepower requirements, 120 for the mod, 95 for the Crossmax versus 260. Again, right in the middle. So if you're looking for something that's going to be kind of that in-betweensy kind of thing, and that actually has like a pretty unique design, if you ask me, the kind of folding capacity of the disc arrow that it does, I think this is kind of a cool looking mod. Less than 10 megabytes to install. Yeah, this is going to be one that, you know, will kind of give you that role to fill if you're wanting something in between the Notch and the Vaderstat.
So how it's actually pronounced is Kivan. So basically, because the QUI is pronounced like key. And then the VOGNE is similar to Vaughn or Vaughn. So Kivan.
Okay.
So I thought that was kind of interesting.
I would have never have guessed that based on how it's written there, but hey, it's okay.
It's a very highly detailed mod, and I'm gonna put that right there. And I think it's awesome that we have this. And I really appreciate the time and effort that a lot of modders put in this. I mean, is it something I would use? No, but for someone else out there, yeah. I mean, if you like playing start from scratch and you want to work your way up and you're using small implements, definitely go for this. This is definitely a good one to use. But if you're running like a huge farming operation, this is not going to work for you.
Yep.
But it's a fantastic looking mod, though.
Yeah,
So,
100%. Real quick, I'm going to catch up with the chat. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I know that Nico Do 55 does a lot of good work.
Yeah,
So
100%. Catch up with the chat here real quick. We got Davies Farming. How's it going, Davies? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hello, everyone. Hello, Davies. Jonah says hey there to Will T.
What up, Jonah?
We got Whiskey Creek Farms. How's it going, Whiskey? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hey there, BDD. Hey there to Jonah. Jonah says hey, Whiskey. And Whiskey, be on the lookout for your Discord. I sent you a message a while back. So give it a look-see and hit me back up. We got Davies says, everyone is playing Alma, Missouri, including me. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Alma is a fantastic map. I don't doubt that so many people are playing it at all. 100%.
For his other map. I can't wait for his other map. Which we got news on that later, so.
Nice.
Yeah.
Let's see. So we got Samuel that says soon time is 12 a.m. Oh, it is 12:30 my time. So yeah, I live in the future. Not as much of a future as Ken does, but I'm in the future.
Right.
And that's all I've got there. Do you need to catch up with your chat?
No. sad, but no.
Aw. Moving on, we got the Forschritt B352. This is a soil cultivator disc harrow. AAA modding, 3.56 megabytes to install, $7,000 to buy, 80 horsepower, and 2.1 meter working width. Again, so taking a look at the notch, that is the closest comparable, and $9,000 to buy. This is $7,000 to buy. So this one right there, the price point, you're losing out on almost a whole meter worth of width, and you're only saving $2,000 on the price. I don't know if that's enough savings. I'd have to do some calculations and whatnot, but I don't think that that's good enough on the price point there. 80 horsepower requirement for the mod here versus 95 for the notch. So again, it's about in line, and 4 megabytes to install. It's not that bad for the install size, but all in all, I don't know. I don't think it's good enough for a kind of price savings, horsepower savings, working with situation to make it worth the downloads. So yeah, I think this one is going to be a pass.
Pass for me as well. Your small farm shenanigans. I actually commented on one of Andy Farm's videos, and I was like, dude, I've been using your saying small farm shenanigans. I love it,
Oh, it's hilarious. I mean, it's like the perfect encapsulation of what is going on.
Right, exactly.
Let's see. Next one we have is the Lizard Bolt 4M. This is a cultivator made by Valix and Nicola 757, 2.91 megabytes to install, $450 to buy, required horsepower of 20 horses, and is 3.9 meters working with. So looking under our cultivators, we have probably close comparable at 3.9 is going to be the John Deere 980, $9,500 to purchase, and a horsepower requirement of 110 horses. So again, $450 versus $9,500. You're saving $9,000 right off the rip. You're only losing 0.1 meter compared to the John Deere for this mod here. So again, I mean, you're saving a ton of money. You're only losing 0.1 meter, and the horsepower requirement 110 versus 20. Holy smokes! This is an amazing mod. When everything's said and done, you're barely losing anything, and you're saving a ton of money. And 3 megabytes to install, yeah, sign me up for this one.
Well, I agree.
Moving on, we have the Cody Garrett PQ28000. This is made by Hans. It is 11.83 megabytes to install. This has a price point of $148,500 and a capacity of 28,000 liters. Taking a look at our closest comparables here, we've got under slurry tankers. Let's see. 28,000 liters is going to put us into the Samsung PG2 28 Genesis territory. So taking a look at that, this does have the 3-point link, as you can see in the pictures here. 28,000 liter capacity versus the Genesis 27,800. The price point of 148,500 for the mod versus 212,500 for the Genesis. So you're already saving almost $80,000. Yeah,
about there.
Yeah, actually closer to 60, about 60,000. So yeah, I mean, right there off the rip, you're saving 60, almost 70K. You are keeping your capacities right around the same, and you're only installing it for 12 megabytes. Yeah, again, sign me up for this one. This is definitely an install.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, it is a great mod, and don't get me wrong, and I encourage people to install it and try it out, especially if you like the Cody Grant series. Me personally, there's only 2 slurry tankers I will ever use in Farm Sim. That's the Bill Metal Pack from Custom Modding and the GEA from Giant Software from the
Plains and Prairies
DLC. Dude, I still blast that song from Munchies. I still blast. I still blast
the AgriBusiness.
Well, that one, but also his Plains and Prairies.
Oh
song
yeah,
that he made.
Yep.
I still blast that one.
Well, dude, check it out because that's what I've been opening up the show with is the AgriBusiness
Yeah.
Tonight song. Actually,
Yeah,
you were
and
there at the beginning, so you know.
actually I didn't catch that.
Oh, you didn't? All right.
No, the I know that for me working on Sundays is only gonna last for another 2 months. So, and then I'll be getting Sundays off.
Nice.
So,
We'll weather the storm without you. Let's see. The next one we have is the Lizard S300 Broadcast. This is by Veteran Modding. This is under the seeding category. 1.56 megabytes to install, $2,000 to buy, 14-meter working width, and a capacity of 850 liters. So this is a sling seeder. So this is one that just kind of seeds the ground behind you, kind of thing. I do like these. I think these are actually really nice. 14-meter working width. I mean, that right there is a huge working width for what you got going on. And in comparisons, 14 is going to be, again, another in-between Z. We got the Lemkin Solitaire 12 and the Amazon Satan 15,001C. I mean, this is going to be the most ridiculous comparison, but I'm looking at the working width. This Lemkin goes at 12 meters, and the Amazon goes at 15 meters. Now, do you know if this one limits the seeds that get put down, or does this do any grain?
so this is basically what your normal seeder does. There is one thing I do want to print out that I do want to say, and it does not say down there. This will basically go the speed of your tractor.
Nice. So yeah, so the reason why I say this is just a ridiculous comparison, again, at 14-meter working width, it's in between these two. The Lemkin Solitaire, which is the smaller of the two, is $165,000. The Amazon, $206,500. You are saving over $150,000 from the small one and over $200,000 from the big one, and you're right in between the two when it comes to the price, or when it comes to the working width. That's ridiculous. Now, 850 liters, that's not a lot of seed. That's not a lot. You're going to be refilling this a lot, but you're able to get so much done so quickly. And like you said, if it works at the working speed of your tractor, or the speed of your tractor, you slinging around at 32 miles an hour on your on your field is going to get you through really fast. And 2 megabytes to install. Sign me up for this one.
I mean, I would definitely use this if I was like doing start from scratch.
Yep.
This is definitely one I would use. So.
Yeah, I mean, it saves you a massive amount of money, and you're able to get things done quickly. You're able to just kind of sling it out there and get it done, kind of thing. Like this is awesome. And the only downside is the capacity, in my opinion.
All right.
If this was like 2,000 liter capacity, that would be nuts. This would be the only thing I'd ever use full sentence stop.
Right.
Let's see. The next one we have is the CNH 12 row folding corn head pack by Jolly Farms Modding. 6.31 megabytes to install, and we have a price point of $168,000 and a 9-meter working width. So yet again, let's take a look at our comparables for our corn headers, corn and sunflower headers. And what is this 9-meter working width?
Yeah.
Let's see. Aha. That's going to be the Gergenhof North Star 1230 FB. So we have a price point of $108,000 for the Gergenhof. So right there, full sentence stop. This is not going to be one for me, because you're spending an extra 60 grand for the privilege of having a New Holland or Case branded corn header. So right off the rip, even though it's only 7 megabytes to install, I'll go with the Gergenhof all day, all night to save that 60 grand.
I like this mod. I personally do. I mean, because I don't know, I'm weird because if I'm using like a case combine, like I want a case header to go with it.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, yes, I might, if I'm like using a John Deere, for example, like if I'm using like the John Deere X9, I mean, sure, I might use a MacDon header, even with other harvesters, especially like the 19 meter one, 19.2. I mean, it's a big header, and it is actually based off of it's based off of a real life header, 19.2. But talking about the corn header though, I don't know. I just like it. I like how it folds up.
The reason that this would be a hard pass for me is not only, the Gurgenhof being exactly the same working with, but we already have a Case and New Holland header that's only 1 meter bigger than this model is. The only benefit that you have of this model compared to the other ones is that this one folds up. The other two don't. So, and the big difference between it is that the Case and the New Holland base game headers are $88,000 for 1 meter larger. So again, you're saving $80,000, and the only thing you're missing out on is the ability to fold the header. I think that, me personally, I'm running away from this one screaming for an extra 80 grand and a meter smaller. Like, yeah, no, you can't even get me to sign up for this one.
Yeah, I think Brady and I both are sick now. That's great.
No good, sir. No good at all. Next one we have is the Kloss Choreo Pack by Hispano, 29.1 megabytes to install. We have the 1675 head for 12 meters working with, $99,500. We have a trailer for $16,500, and we also have the 2475 head, which is $159,500, 18 meter working with, and the trailer for it for $24,500. So if we take a look again at our comparables, the working with for the first one was 12 meters and the second one was 18 meters. So 12 meters is going to put us in the John Deere C16F category at $144,000. And that is going to be a big savings for that 12 meter header. Now again, these are all branded and whatnot. This is going to be for Kloss harvesters as opposed to John Deere. So if Will was saying, if you're one of those who want to have a matching header with your harvester and whatnot, completely get it, completely understand. You're going to save a lot of money by utilizing this one, even if you don't have a Kloss harvester. 99,500 versus 144,000. That's a big savings for the same working with. And then the second one here for the 18 meter working with is going to be, really, there is no comparable. Closest one we have is 13 meters, the Gurgenhof North Star 1830 at 13 meters as opposed to the 18. The Gurgenhof is 156,000. This is 159,500. So you're gaining 5 meters for this mod here as opposed to the Gurgenhof. This is going to be a mod that is definitely worth installing. It's 30 megabytes though, so be on the lookout. It is up there in size, but it's going to be worth it in the end, I think.
You get a lot of work done with that big header. The other thing I do want to point out too, yes, it is Kloss branded, but he made it so you can change it to AGCO, Case, Kloss, Fendt, John Deere, Massey Ferguson, and New Holland, or you can do without stickers.
And that's one of the reasons why Hispano is awesome, is because they think of things like that.
Yeah, and then it also gives you the color options, so you can, and it literally changes everything. So it's not just like, oh, it changes like the main color. There's like the main color, design color, rim color. So yeah, so you can literally, so let's just say if I'm using like a John Deere and I want to use this header. Well, I mean, I just changed it to John Deere, changed the color, and voila, there you go. So.
Very nice. Let's see. Whiskey says it is 2128 over there, so that's what, 9... Yeah, was that 9 something? 9:30?
What time did you say?
2128.
That's about 9 something.
Yeah. Ken says that it's Monday the 30th at 4:40 p.m. He lives in the future. Davies says Lizard 4M is a great mod. 100% agree with you there, Davies. And Ezra says, I am back. Welcome back, Ezra. So now moving on to our next one here, we've got the Kloss Pickup 380 by LS Agrar Ole. It is 3.06 megabytes to install, $32,500 to purchase, and 3.8 meter working width. So this is one of our forage pickups for our harvesters, for our forage harvesters. We take a look at our headers. It's gonna be, I mean, really, we kind of get a combination of them, and they're all around the same price. We got the Kloss, the Kemper, the John Deere, or the Krone. All of those are going to do the same exact thing. $29,000 to purchase any one of those base games. So this is already about $3,000, $3,500 more expensive. Now, the one thing is nice about this is that it's 3.8 meters as opposed to 3 meters. So you do get that 0.8 extra meters for the pickup header itself. So all in all, is that 0.8 meters worth the extra $3,500? Maybe. But, you know, for only 4 megabytes to install too, it's not that heavy on the download. So this would be one that, you know, I could be kind of pushed in either direction.
I love this mod. I actually have this mod in FS22. I love it because the base game one, don't get me wrong, it's great. But when you're using a merger and you go down one way and put everything into one row, and then you come back and put another, basically you're putting another row on top of the row that you just made, the base game 3 meter header misses a lot.
Yep.
This is nice because it picks up the entire swath. So I absolutely love this mod.
Now, one thing I just noticed is that the Kemper, John Deere, and Krone headers are all $29,000. The Kloss base game pickup 300 is $25,000. So you're actually spending quite a bit more to get this one, about $7,500 more. So is it worth that extra point, you know, 0.8 meters for $7,000? That's going to be like pushing me away personally. But again, I hear the argument of, you know, being able to pick it up in one pass as opposed to leaving little nuggets behind.
Yeah.
Let's see. The next one we have is the JCB Q-Fit pallet fork. This is by JGW Modding and is 0.71 megabytes to install. This is a telehandler tool with a price tag of $1,700. The nice thing about this is that it's got a nice little pivot point to where you connect it to your, say, your telehandler here, and you can swivel your head of the telehandler in any direction, and it's going to stay level with the rest of your equipment there. So it's going to be kind of a self-leveling kind of set of equipment, which is nice. I do like those kind of things. For not even a megabyte and less than $2,000, I would install this just to have something that's kind of, you know, there and cool.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely agree. If you're big into using pallet forks and you love telehandlers, get this. Get it. Because it will save you a lot of time.
Well, yeah, and what's really cool is, and a lot of us who do telehandler work, or not even but pallet work knows, especially if you're using like realistic kind of means to do things, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Is when you try and set something down and you're having to pitch the forks forward in order to be able to drive away, or else you're going to drag it with you, kind of thing.
Right.
This is like that kind of self-leveling thing, to where all you got to do is just adjust the height, and because you're adjusting the height, it shouldn't catch like a normal set of pallet forks do. Shouldn't.
Right.
Will it? Maybe, but shouldn't being the key word.
I actually used this mod just to test it out, and I had zero problems with it. It didn't catch on anything. It just bloop, dropped it.
Nice.
So
nice. So yeah, then it's a great mod to be able to just kind of help out with the realism factor of using pallet forks.
Yeah.
Next one we have is the PGR Warehouse and Shelter by Raider, 26.89 megabytes to install. We have the shed for $85,000 and the concrete shelter for $22,000 flat. So all in all, just like I was saying before about Raider, mod looks fantastic. It's definitely got some really nice details to it. I am not a fan of the modders taking pictures at night. How can you see what this is supposed to be? I don't get it. I don't get it. Anyways, I mean, if you're looking for, little shelters and it's got that, I actually did my research a while ago to what the PGR stands for, and I cannot remember. I want to say it was like Polish something. It's like it's something along those lines, but I'm pretty certain it's Polish something, and it's to do with like the Polish government and the way that they categorize farms over there, the PGR there. But it's got that really kind of like basic. It's very basic look to it. And not like basic as in the modder did something basic. I'm saying like the actual design of the building. It just looks like it's purpose driven. It's there to do a job. That's it. And I like it. I like that kind of style, that kind of like very basic, simple, kind of design. And this isn't a simple style of building. At the end of the day, this is something that's actually really like nice looking. It's got a lot of, you can see the marring on the third screenshot here. It looks like, kind of scratches in the sides of the building there on the pillar going vertically. All in all, it just looks really cool, and I like this one. For 27 megabytes to install, though, that's a little bit rich, but might be able to talk me into it. Might be able to.
Yeah.
What do you think there, sir?
Well, so I have PGR. It stands for Plant Growth Regulator. I don't know if that is part of it or not, but
so I found a ton of different like PGRs that were out there, but the one that was out there that I thought it was Polish something or other. I forget what. But anyways, what do you think of it?
A hard pass for me.
Hard pass for you, eh?
Hard pass for me. I mean, it's not my style. I mean, if I'm playing on Zelanka, I'll install this hands down. But I just don't. I don't know. It looks fantastic. Don't be wrong. It's just not my kind of style. So it would be a hard pass for me.
So I did find it. So PGR farms in Poland, the term PGR in context of the Polish agriculture, it stands for some word that I cannot pronounce, which translates to state agricultural farm. So it's basically a state-sponsored farm. So it's like the for the people, like cooperative farm. That's
Right.
the reason why the designs of the PGR is so basic, is that it's intended to be the cheapest but the most like purpose-driven building that you can get. That's why there's no flair, there's no like special knack to it. But also hence why it looks very old as well. Is I believe this is when communism was a thing in Poland, if I remember correctly.
You're talking to the wrong person about history there, man.
I went down a big rabbit hole when it came to this, because it's like PGR this, PGR that. Hey, there's PGR Slewell, there's this, that, and the other. It's like, why? What is PGR? Why is it shorthand? Yeah, I went down the rabbit hole and I found out a lot of stuff. Anyways, your history lesson for the day.
Right. What up?
Next one we have is the Old Polish Cow Barn by Dudek. 112, 15.42 megabytes to install. We have the Old Cow Barn, a price point of $70,000 and 70 cow maximum. So again, we take a look at our closest comparables. We have one thing I need to double check is, does this do milking cows? It does look like milking cows.
It does.
Yes, so closest one we're going to have is, let's see, 70 cows? Okay. You know what? We'll use the cow barn, the regular cow barn that is used for our milking cows, 50 cow capacity, and a price tag of $245,000, 70,000 for the mod here. Yeah, that's a big savings. I don't know if math is mathing for everybody else because it's like 1 o'clock in the morning for me, but yeah, 70,000 is definitely a lot cheaper than 250,000.
Right.
And 50 cows for the base game model as opposed to 70. So again, math is mathing. You're talking an additional 20 cows. All in all, this is a nice looking model. You can see just the nice little, again, the weathering, the brickwork, everything that's being done on this model is
Right.
really, really nice. I like the two-tone from the kind of on this screenshot on the right side versus the left side brickwork. You've got some really sharp details. All in all, again, really nice for 16 megabytes too. It's not that intrusive. I say definitely go after this one. Absolutely. Now, the only bugger is that, again, it being that kind of Polish style, you're going to have to find the maps that, kind of fit it. But if you can find the map that fits it, that you'll make this style work, then you're going to be good to go.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you.
Moving on, we got the Polish Barn by Voscher. 14.14 megabytes to install. We have a price point of $40,000. And again, very highly detailed. I love the moss work, the brickwork on the siding there. Looks like it'll fit a nice little itty bitty harvester in the side bay there, which is really nice. Again, the shadows, the the screenshots, people. You're showing off your mods. But again, you got the nice tire on the side there. And check this out. That's something I just realized. You see in the second screenshot all the moss and the vinage on the
Yeah.
side of the building. You go to the last screenshot there in the wintertime, that vinage has disappeared and is shriveled.
Yeah.
That's a cool little detail right there. That's actually really cool.
Right.
Yeah, 15 megabytes to install. Again, you're looking at a very specific use case because of Polish Barn. If you've got a map that'll fit that style, this is going to be a good one for you. 40 grand to buy as well, so it's not that expensive and not that big to download. I think this is absolutely worth it if you got a map that'll fit it.
Zalaka.
That'll work.
I do like it. It is very, very high detail. Just beware, everybody. The slot count is over 40.
And
So,
I can see
just-
why.
I would just be very, very cautious on that, though. So,
Well,
which I
go ahead.
mean, I understand that we have 3,500 slots available, but you also have to remember too that when you take away 40 slots, that takes away 40 slots. So just beware. Just beware.
Well, and looking at this mod, you can see exactly where that 40 slots is going. I mean, you look at it, you got the tire out in the front, you got what looks to be some more tires off to the side there, you got the vinage that I was talking about earlier, I mean, you got the brickwork, I mean, you got so much detail that's on this building. You can see the electrical panel right there above the tire, right there in the middle of the building there. At least that was what looks like an electrical panel on the side of the building. It looks really, really sharp. Yeah, all in all, and wait a minute, it almost looks like it might even change the deco throughout the year, because check this out. Look at the third screenshot where the kind of lighting is really bad. The shadows drop down on it. You can see a ladder on the side of the door that is not there
Yeah.
in any other screenshot. So I wonder if throughout the year that deco changes along with the vinage and stuff like that. So that would drive up the
Yeah.
slot count as well.
Yep.
So yeah, I like it. I like that a lot. So moving on to the next one here, we've got the NZ pole barns or pole sheds by AgriBusiness 3.14 megabytes to install, and it looks like we have 3 different sizes. We have a 3, 4, and 5 bay, starting out at $25,000, going up to $45,000, and later up to $65,000 dollars, and capacities of 75, 100, and 125. So these look like they are auto loading, like bale configurers, maybe pallets as well.
It's
But
it is bales and pallets. Which I know it also has three normal size sheds, which are 20, 40, and 60,000. So
oh, so it's just tacking on an extra. Okay, I see that now. It's tacking on an extra
yeah,
5 grand onto each one of them if you're using it for a
yeah,
capacity. So
hmm
that's actually pretty cool. Uh, Overall, looking at these, it's really nice. They're very simple kind of style sheds there. NZ New Zealand pole sheds.
yep, yep. That's
Aha.
exactly what
Oh
it
yeah,
stands for.
pack of New Zealand pole sheds. There you go. Helps if you read one line below it.
Wait, wait,
One line.
wait. Doesn't oh, I'm gonna kick myself now for forgetting this. Ken, doesn't Ken live in New Zealand?
Yes, he does.
Yeah. Hey, Ken, New Zealand pole
New,
sheds for you. There you go.
New Zealand represented right here for you, Ken. Looking really sharp. I think this looks great. I think it looks like a nice, just simple example of a shed. And I really do think that this could probably fit anywhere on this map. So, or anywhere on a map. It doesn't necessarily have to
Mhm.
be New Zealand because I just think this is a nice, simple design. Um, it's not one that really kind of seems like, oh, well, it's only going to fit in New Zealand or it's only going to fit in this
Right.
specific location. You know what I'm saying?
hmm
So
No,
yeah,
I got you. I got you.
all in all, yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. And for only 4 megabytes, we have not only just basic sheds, but we also have sheds with the capacity as well. Sign me up. I,
Right.
I would download this absolutely.
Right. No, I agree. I agree 100%.
Catching up with the chat real quick, we got Davies saying Old Polish Cow Barn is an excellent mod. 100% agree with you. It doesn't look Polish, it just looks old though. I mean, it definitely has there's definitely a Polish style to it, but it's also kind of ambiguous enough not to be like standing out too hard. Samuel says, "Hey BDD is live stream. Stop LOL." We got Davey saying, "I have the New Zealand mod, amazing mod, 100% agree." Ken says, "Geez BDD, what did I do? I'm confused." Uh, he's the one that forgot where you were.
Yeah.
Davey says hey to Ken. Ken says what up. We got Gold Gaming says howdy neighbors, howdy Gold. Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. We got Davey saying not much you and hey Gold. Samuel says I'm out. Bye. Have a great night. See you soon in next live stream later. Farm Sim Talk with guest Fear Night. Yes. So thank you so much, Samuel, for putting that out there. Yes, tomorrow is another episode of Farm Sim Talk with special guest Fear Night. Looking forward to that. I also want to give, just real quick, don't mean to derail anything, I want to give a special thank you for Trucker Matsy for the Farm Sim Talk yesterday. Had an absolute blast with him. Just sitting there, I haven't laughed so hard in a long, long time. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. It was a good time. I
I
think good
caught part
times were
of
had
it.
by all. You caught part of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I had so much fun.
Yeah. That I was working though, so I caught it when I got home. I caught part of it.
Gotcha. All right. Do you need to catch up with anything on your chat? And you take care, Samuel. Hope you have yourself a fantastic rest of your night.
I wish. Womp 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 womp.
Dun, dun, dun. We got the Village Oil Mill by Cookson. 12.08 megabytes to install, a price point of $240,000. This is just a really nice looking, just industrial style looking oil mill. If you want an oil mill and you kind of want this kind of generalized style, I think this is a nice looking one. And for only 13 megabytes to install, it's about the right price point for the larger industrial style production points. All in all, for 13 megabytes, I think it's going to be worth the install. What do you think?
I do want to state though that it is wrong because it says selling points. This is actually a production. If I remember correctly, this ran super slow, and the capacity of it was only like 20,000.
Oof.
So just I would just it looks fantastic, don't get me wrong, but it has a small capacity to it, so just be aware of that.
There you
Like,
go.
'cause I know Mr. Oh no, it should be oh, who was it? It was Looney Farm guy. He skipped a day like he usually does when he tests these. He
Yep.
skipped it a whole entire day, and he only got one pallet out.
So it's funny that you mentioned that because Trucker Matsy made a comment like that yesterday, how he tweaks pretty much all of his production points on anything that he does. And it's because the productions are just so darn slow, even the industrial size ones. You can typically get one, maybe two pallets a month, which him and I were kind of bantering back and forth saying, if there was ever a company to this size and scale that could only produce one pallet of goods per month, they would no longer be a company. So yeah,
Right.
no, he was saying how he tweaks it to make it a little bit more reasonable for the amount of output that you would get from a building of this stature, kind of thing, which made total sense to me. Let's see. Moving on to our next one, we have a really good one. I like this one. So you weren't here when I was saying this, but we had a couple of game changers, in my opinion, later on towards the end of the week. We had already covered this.
Yeah.
This one, I think this one's going to be really knocking on that door, really knocking on the game changer door. Now, let's kind of get into it. We got the Duhut's Herbal Tea by Chenben is 62.93 megabytes to install. This is an absolute behemoth. I'm not going to go through all this text and stuff, but you can
Yeah.
see we've got a bunch of stuff going on here. Now, what I am going to do is I'm going to show off a couple of these kind of pictures here real quick, just to kind of show the breadth of everything that's going on here. But you can see there's a bunch of productions to this. This is basically an entire production network all by itself. So you got
Oh, yeah.
greenhouses, you got factories, you got all sorts of stuff, all to make teas, all these different styles of teas. And one I wanted to stomp on was right here, the summary of productions. So this thing is absolutely massive. So again, it was almost 70 megabytes, but you can see why it's 70 megabytes because you have all these different stuff. So you start out with the plants. You have your greenhouses, your gardens in one kind of section where you can produce your verbena, mint, lemon balm, thyme, chamomile, and peppermint. All those kind of individual products there. And then you have your actual trees, which will produce your linden and your rose hips. Those are basically the summary of the plants. Then you've got the one section for your drying stage. You got your old dryer and your modern dryer, which then can produce all these different dried products. You can then take it to the various factories, i.e., the herbal tea factory or the laboratory. You can do either one of those kind of divergence, and then you can make your various different styles of tea: your sweet dreams tea, your mint herbal teas, your Duhat herbal teas, your bao time tea, and your lover's mint tea. And then you can also then, after you produce all that, send it off to sale. Now, the reason that I say this is a game changer, like very borderline, I'm not going to say it is, but it's very borderline, is because this reminds me so much of the grape factory that we got in last year's or FS22's version. I remember Mr. Sealy P did a whole series using that specific mod, but it's basically like you could go through and you can make, with your grapes, you can basically press them to get the pulp. Once you got the pulp, you could then dry it out and make it into leather, into like a fruit leather. Once you made it into a fruit leather, you can make it into belts and like all sorts of different stuff. Like, there was all these different like productions and downstreams of itself. And I feel like this one is similar. This also has a couple of miscellaneous like warning signs and a statue and stuff like that. But
Love
all
the
in all,
statue.
yeah. But I mean, all in all, this is a fantastic mod. And I love these kind of things that, yeah, it might be really kind of like, I don't want to say complicated, but it's like there's so many complexities inside of this, but it makes it to where you have so much to do all within this one realm of a mod. And for again, 70 megabytes to install, it's 62.93. in total. This, I think, is worth every megabyte size because you're getting so much out of it. Like I said, you're getting greenhouses and gardens, you're getting trees and plantage. So that's like 4 separate mods right there all by itself. Then you're getting 2 separate sets of dryers, a herbal factory, a laboratory to make all the various different types of products, and then a sell point. Like, all in all, this is an absolutely huge thing, and it's going to create many hours of things to do to move on to the next chain, to then many hours to do to move on to the next chain, and so on and so forth. You're going to get a lot of legs out of this mod. A lot of legs out of it. What do you think?
Excuse me. I do agree. This is definitely a really, really good mod. I've used it. It's just I forgot. I think it's the laboratory, but I could be wrong. I know one of them does dried only, and the other one does non-dried only, which is kind of weird. But the speeds are okay. But the selling price for teas is like in the thousands. So I know that, and I believe, oh, what was it? I believe I know Sweet Dreams, and the and the mint herbal tea were the biggest sellers. I believe it was the mint herbal tea that came in at almost $9,000 per 1,000 liter.
Wow.
That was a normal, not easy mode. That was normal mode. So it can sell very, very good. And you don't necessarily need the market stall. It will actually sell at some places on the map. It's just that the market stall will give you the best price.
Yeah.
I personally do think this is a fantastic mod. I mean, if you're huge and doing factories, definitely check this out. There is one caution of warning that it doesn't say in there. I'm gonna say it. I know Andy Farm said it. I know DJ Goham said it, and Mr. Sealy P said it, and now I'm gonna say it, and so did Looney Farm guy. If you're playing on a map, my throat, that has a lot of custom crops like Glendenthal, don't use this. Because the game can only support so many custom crops.
Well, yeah,
So
you figure that this, just looking at this summary of productions, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 different products just pictured right here. So
yeah, and the max
yeah,
is 25.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
The max is the max is 25 custom crops. So I mean, like I said, if you're playing on, I'm just using as an example Glendenthal because it's a prime example. You know how many custom crops are on Glendenthal? A lot.
Oh yeah.
A lot. So you'd be SOL when it comes down to this. Now, if you use that on like Alma, Missouri, for prime example, it'd be perfectly fine. Using this on Iowa Plains View when it comes out, which we're gonna talk about later, you might be able to get away with it. Might. That's a slight might. As long as you don't use anything else, you can get away with it. But if you have one other thing installed that has like a couple different crops in it, you're SOL. So just a fair head of warning right there for everybody.
Yep. All right, moving on to the next one. We have the Slurry Yard by Missy B, 1.23 megabytes to install, $50,000 to buy. This is a sell point for your slurry, manure, and digestate. So I don't know if this is similar to how it was in the past. And actually, you know what? I do have this mod, so I'm going to just check it out here on the fly. So let's go ahead and drop that down. You laughing at me?
Digestate sells for 10 times the price.
Yes.
For this.
Okay, that's what I was looking up. I remember that this sell point is absolutely bonkers. There it is. $50,000 to buy. I'm just going to slap it down somewhere because I don't care about the terraform. All right. Nope, not that one. All right, so taking a look. We're going to go with manure first. All right, so we got the manure yard. We can sell it for $86 per 1,000 liters. Now, this is on medium difficulty on Zelanka. The slurry yard goes from $86 to $940 per 1,000 liters.
Yeah.
Insane the amount of money that you're going to get out of this. This is, in my opinion, this is almost too overpowered because of that amount of money. Then you look at the slurry. Again, same thing. $90 at the liquid manure yard, the sell point, versus the slurry yard, $933 per 1,000 liters.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. And then again, looking at digestate as its own. Where is
That's
digestate?
ridiculous.
Where's digestate? There it is. Right there. $1,798 per 1,000 liters. What the heck is going on here? What kind of world do we live in? Like, that is ridiculous. The high point, according to the screen here, says it should be $111 per 1,000 liters. We are like more than 10 times, like 17 times the amount of the high point. This is so ridiculously overpowered. I mean, if you're wanting to make money fast from your manures and stuff like that, then check it out. I mean, I have this installed. I likely am going to uninstall it because of just how ridiculously overpowered this is.
Quick question. So you said it was 111 for base, right?
For digestate, $111 for base high point.
Yeah. And how much was it for this mod again?
$1,798 per 1,000 liters.
Yeah, so it's got to be almost about 15, 16 times because I just did times 10 and that's 11. That's 1,110.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's nearly like a 16x improvement of a base price. I mean, I'll put it to you this way. This is why I like the mod. This looks good. I really like the model. The pricing scale is so ridiculous. And here's why. $1,798 per 1,000 liters. If you take a look at solid fertilizer as a sell point, do I have something that will accept it? Hold on. Okay, hold on. I'm going to install a sell everything. There we go. Okay, so solid fertilizer. According to this, at the sell everything, oh, wait, that's not right. That's not right. That's not the one I want to install because that's the one with the ridiculous pricing increase. Sell everything. There we go. Oh, no, wait. No, it's about right. All right. Solid fertilizer on this map is selling for $4,800. That's for a product that's like super expensive right out the gate kind of thing. Like that's ridiculous. The fact that you're getting almost half the price of per 1,000 liters for digestate of all things, which is just a byproduct. Like, no, absolutely not. That's just wild. No, let me just make sure that my... Oh, I am on easy. Why am I on easy mode? What? Okay. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, hold on. I just went on a small rant for no reason.
How dare you?
Okay, hold on. Okay, so digestate fix itself, $66 per 1,000 liters as a high point versus $1,079 to sell currently. And I'm on the second to lowest month in August.
Yeah, so it's almost about 10 times the amount.
Yeah. So digestate at $1,079 per 1,000 liters versus solid fertilizer Where is it? Where? Solid. Right there. $2,736 per 1,000 liters.
Yeah.
Like you're basically getting a half reduction from solid fertilizer. It's berserk how overpowered this mod is. Again, if you're wanting to do it, be my guest. Me personally, this feels like you're cheating. What do you think?
I don't want to be that kind of person, but I mean, isn't it cheating if you use like the Colossus Harvester's pack?
At Fight Club, we don't speak of Fight Club.
Oh, come on, that was good. You know, no, I mean, yes, I do agree. It is definitely one of those things that I feel like it is kind of cheating. But I mean, on the other hand, if you're that kind of person that doesn't really care, and you don't want to use like the government subsidy signs to cheat money in, this is definitely a good way of doing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because to literally buy slurry, I mean not slurry, to buy digestate is about the exact same price it is to sell it for 1,000 liters.
Yep.
So you're basically making your money back like tenfold.
Well, yeah, I mean, okay, now here would be like the ultimate example of like how ridiculously overpowered this is. If I go to the manure, right? Looking at manure, I can buy manure from the manure buy point at the animal dealer for $65 per 1,000 liters. I can sell that manure back to the slurry yard for $564 per 1,000 liters.
Yeah.
Like nearly a 10x improvement from buying to selling. I could literally make a 10x improvement by doing nothing but buying and selling. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can see in game, $65 for the buy versus $52 to sell. Like at the same location. So I would actually take a reduction of almost $10 per 1,000 liters. Like that makes sense. Not a nearly 10x improvement just by going to a different sell point. That's just nuts to me.
Right. I mean also to because manure itself, like solid manure, doesn't really have the greatest like I'm trying to think of the word here. Doesn't have like the greatest impact when it comes down to precision farming. Slurry is where it's at.
Yep.
So to sell off your manure, I mean, it could be worth it. But I don't know. See, I'm in the middle because it's like if you have tons of things, like tons of this different kind of stuff you could sell there, and you just want to get rid of it, yeah, place it down, sell it, get rid of it. But on the other hand, it's like, okay, if you want to play realistically, don't place it down.
Yep, exactly. Well, yeah,
So-
and just like we say all the time, like everybody to each your own. I'm not making a judgment call whatsoever. If you want this because this is, something that's going to make your life easier, then have at it. Don't let anything that Will or I say stop you in playing the game style that you want to play. That is completely and 100% up to you. Like I said, I'm saying from my perspective, from my point of view, this is way too overpowered for me to be able to feel like I actually earned something.
Not wrong.
Moving on. We got the Classic Fences and Gates pack by JD Modding ARG, 14.42 megabytes to install. And we have a price variance of $15 to $1,700. I think that this looks really sharp. Really sharp. I mean, 15 megabytes is a lot. I mean, it's a lot for fences and stuff like that, but you get a good variety of different styles and different kind of, attributes here. You get a nice little, I love that kind of cow head, um, covered archway as kind of an entrance way. I think that's cool. It just, you got a lot of stuff here, a lot of stuff in this pack. It looks really, really good.
I absolutely love like the sign with the hand with the circle with the like do not enter basically, or like no touch.
Yeah. Yep. No touchy.
If you ever play multiplayer again, like I'm gonna place it all. I'm gonna build a farm, place it down. Second, like you or somebody comes by and they see that, I'd be like, yeah, no touchy.
No touchy.
I built this farm the way I like it.
Really quick, we got Ken that says not much Davies farming. Samuel says tomorrow, great night. See you in the next live stream. Like I said, bud, hope you have a fantastic rest of your night. You take care. We'll see you again next time. Happy 4th of July. Yes, happy 4th of July. That is coming up here in the next few days. Great weekend, and like and subscribe, y'all. Thank you so much, Samuel. Greatly appreciate it. The Herd. How's it going, Herd? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Says moving on. I agree. We got the British Farmhouse by Omatana, 18.42 megabytes to install, $50,000 to buy, and Will,
You can go in it.
you can go inside. Ooh, and it looks good too. It looks really good. Again, Omatana, she does great work with her mods, and again, no exception here. If you got a nice little British farm that you're working on, this is going to be a good little addition to it. So, what's that?
No, I was just saying that because me doing that a lot and coughing starting to hurt my throat.
Gotcha.
The one thing, and I'm gonna put this out here right now. Only one person, I believe that was Mr. Sealy P. One person out of the 4 mod reviewers that I watch got this. Only one. I knew it was there. Only one person. So it's in the third screenshot. If you walk in, that fireplace isn't going. You walk over near it, you could turn it on.
Oh, nice.
So
That's pretty cool.
yeah. I mean, I put a comment on DJ Goham's video, and I was like, dude, I love your videos. I love your my videos. You need to slow down a little bit, man. Because he's just like flying through all the places. I was like, I understand we got a lot of them, man, but still.
Oh yeah. I mean, well, that's the thing is you got so much to go through and such a little time to do it in. Let's see. Herd says, finally catching this live and not on replay. Well, I appreciate you stopping in and hanging out with us for a little while there, Herd. Hope you're having a great one, like I said. Let's see.
Felipe says, I did a friend request on Discord. Okay, I'll take a look at it there, Felipe, later.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, the next one here, the modern Polish house. Let's see, that's the 24th. Yeah, see, I believe this was a new one and had an update like right away. Am I mistaken about this one, Will?
So this came out 2 weeks ago.
Did it come out 2 weeks ago? Okay.
It came out 2 weeks ago, and then it was removed almost instantly. And then it came out as an update. So
Well then, if it's an update, moving on to the Mediterranean Farmhouse by Horn Farmer Modding, 26.96 megabytes to download, $50,000 to buy. It is a farmhouse, and it basically is the base game farmhouse that we had on like Ho Bellarone and all that stuff for FS22. I mean, you can go in the garage, you can go into the front door, but you can't go inside.
You can't go inside.
Yeah, so 27 megabytes is a lot of megabytes in order to not be able to go into the entire house. And yeah, it's the FS22 home. So if you like the style, if you like this house, hey, more power to you. This is going to be one I'm going to skip. What do you think there, sir?
Yeah, it's definitely a hard skip for me.
Yep. Next one we have is...
Oh, forget something.
Did I forget something?
What was your favorite mod for that week?
No, let's see. It's going to have to be... Oh, probably it's going to be the Duhut's Herbal Tea, just because of how dynamic that one is.
It's a good choice. I mean,
What about
that
you?
was definitely that was definitely gonna be like my number 3 choice. My favorite mod had to be the Glass Choreo pack by Hispano, the 18-meter corn header.
That's definitely a good one. Absolutely is a good one. All right.
Last day.
Last day. The Demco Special Transports by Hispano. Hispano was on a tear last week. 36.39 megabytes to download, and this is a auto-loading bale trailer. This is like a flat deck trailer, and wow, does that hold an absolute metric ton of bales. Look at that thing.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, the wheels. The wheels are the most ridiculous thing I've seen on any vehicle ever. I mean, excuse me, Hispano, how many wheels is your mod going to have? Yes.
It's like a caterpillar.
Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 axles, and I believe each axle is a dually. Yes. Yes. So, holy bejeebers. That's a lot of wheels.
6, 8, 10, 12, 14. So 16. So 16
per
times.
side, 32 total wheels.
Yeah.
Like, that's bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. $78,500 to buy the 6x4, or $98,500 to buy the 8x4. 52 bale capacity for the small one, and 72 bale capacity. 72 bales.
And it's square bale only, no round bales.
Yes. Yes. But still, I'm sorry, but that is ridiculous. 72 bale capacity for a trailer is bonkers.
Why not?
Like, that's basically double the, I think the biggest one we had so far. But again, when you have all the wheels, I mean, I guess you can have a ridiculous amount of bales.
Also, another really cool feature about this
What's that?
is that all the wheels turn. So basically, from the back wheel going about halfway. So let's just say if you're driving your semi and you decide, okay, I'm gonna go left. So basically, your wheels will basically pivot in a way, so you're going left. So the back wheels, basically, all the way from the back wheel about halfway up, they'll basically turn to the right, like they're going into the truck.
Oh, jeez.
And then basically halfway going forwards will go vice versa. So it's kind of making like a point almost.
Mm-hmm.
So then that way you can make tighter turns, and that's even with all the 32 wheels.
That's ridiculous. That's a cool little. That is cool. I will give it that.
So I mean, it was a
like I
pass
said,
for
I
me,
could
but-
just see somebody talking to Hispano. It's like, hey, Hispano, how's your mod going? Oh, it's going good. It's going good. You said it was a flat deck trailer, right? Oh yeah. How many axles that have? Yes.
Yeah, that was it. It was a pass for me, not a hard pass, but it was definitely a pass for me. Only because I don't know, I just can't see myself using that. I'm sorry.
That's going to be one of those mods where it's going to only be available on a map that is absolutely massive and straight. Like in Alma, Missouri, I could see getting away with that on Alma. I could not see getting away with that on any map with any turns, any undulations, anything along those lines, because it's just not going to be able to get down the street.
I can think of 2 maps off the top of my head that I think this would be horrible in.
Oh, yeah? Which ones?
You got Riverbend
Yep.
and and Hootan Pantai.
Oh my goodness, Hootan Pantai. Yeah, that'd be nuts. That would just be nuts.
Especially trying to go around the village.
Yep. Yep.
You get stuck on every corner.
Let's see. Next one we got is the Capello Quasar HS16 by Hispano. Yet again, Hispano, 5.47 megabytes to install. Price tag of $125,000 at 12 meters. So we've got us a nice little corn and sunflower header. And if we take a look at our comparables, we've got, let's see, that was what, 12 meters I said? 12 meters I said. We've got the John Deere C16F again. So that is a price point of $144,000. This is $125,000. So you're saving about 20 grand right off the rip. Same working width, so that's really nice. And yeah, you can customize it to fit on several different styles, it looks like. So you got the kind of red and reds, and you got your yellows. So looks like you can adjust the color scheme and all that stuff, which is nice. That is absolutely nice. So all in all, for 6 megabytes, I would install this.
I have it installed. I like it.
Excellent. Let's see the next one we have. Oh, I love it. The Big Bud 450 by Hispano and JAHG Modding. We got the price point of $260,500 for 450 horsepower. And yeah, this thing is an absolute behemoth. Beastly. I love the Big Bud series.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it's 33.09 megabytes.
Oh, did I skip over that?
Yeah.
33.909 megabytes. I was just too excited to say the Big Bud. So let's see. I said 450. Yes, 450 horsepower, which is going to put us in the large tractor category under. Ooh, going to be. Yeah, we'll say the Fendt 1000 Vario is going to be our closest comparable. $382,000 and 396 base horsepower. So already right off the rip, you're getting a base horsepower of 450, and you're getting about 54 extra horses right off the bat. Now the Vario, like I said, $382,000 compared to the mods $260,500. You're saving over $100,000 going to the Big Bud as opposed to the Fendt there. Now, I will say that the Fendt does go a lot faster than the Big Bud. I think the Big Bud tops out at what, like 20 kilometers an hour?
Yeah, it's super slow.
Super slow. Super slow. But it just looks like an absolute tank. I love the Big Bud series. Always have. But all in all, yeah, for 34 megabytes to install, it's going to be a bit on the heavy side. I would likely skip it because of that file size, but I can also hear the arguments of, hey, you're saving $100,000 compared to like the Fendt that we just compared it to. And even if you go the step further to the John Deere 9R series, yeah, you're going to lose out on about, what is that, 34 megabyte or 34 horsepower on the John Deere compared to the Big Bud, but you're still saving $200,000. And you're only losing 34 horses. I mean, come on. I mean, that's ridiculous. If you're looking for a workhorse, the Big Bud is where to go.
Oh, I mean, I've never used any of the Big Buds ever. They've always just been a pass for me. So
the only thing that is like the only negative I can come up with a Big Bud is that it doesn't have the 3-point linkage system.
Mm-hmm.
So you have no front 3-point link, you have no rear 3-point link. It's always on the not the ball, but the pin hitch. You know, so you've got very specific equipment that can be utilized with that. Now, the cool thing is that we do have those little trail lifters and stuff like that, so you can kind of rig it up to where it would work with it, but just be aware. Just be aware.
Mm-hmm.
Next one we have is the Fiat Universal 650 by Hispano. Of course, it was by Hispano. Pretty much all of last week was by Hispano. You haven't heard us say anybody else's name. It's just, if you have heard it, it's all in your head, not ours.
Yeah.
75.86 megabytes to install. We have two separate style tractors here. The same style, but one's a 2-wheel drive version. The other's a 4-wheel drive version. Two-wheel drive is $26,800 and a starting power band of 65 horsepower. And the four-wheel drive version, again, $33,600. And again, 90 horsepower to start out with. And that's going to put us out in the small tractors category at 90 horses. Let's see. That's going to be the Kloss Arion 470 410 at $91,500 and 90 horsepower. So again, even the four-wheel drive version, because we'll use like for like, because the Kloss is four-wheel drive as well, $33,600. So you're saving $60,000 for the same exact power band, which is really, really nice. And you have your front loader tools and all that stuff. It works just like a normal. Now, it doesn't have the front 3-point link. As far as I can tell, it looks like it just has the pin hitch right there in the front. So all in all, you're going to be losing out on the front 3-point linkage, but you're going to save 60 grand. So I think 60 grand I can suffer without the front 3-point link. What do you think?
Yeah. Hopefully for not too much longer, because Pepe 978, they're 3-point mounted attachments with Giants right now that hooks up to a pin hitch.
Don't we already have something like that?
No.
Oh, we don't? I thought we did have one that did something similar to that.
No.
Well then, yes, that'll be nice to have. That's one of the mods I absolutely love when we get those.
Well, because it was an F. What?
One guess on who the next mod is by.
Yeah, Hispano. No, it's funny. Hispano still has like 20-something mods with Giants right now.
Wow. Hispano's been an absolute beast here, just ripping through mods.
I know that Giants, I think, gave Hispano some permission to bring some stuff over from DLCs too, from 22.
Oh,
so
nice.
So I mean, we could see some stuff from a DLC. Could.
Maybe we'll see your Swather.
Nah, I don't think so. No, I'm pretty sure we're either gonna see that in the next mod release from Giants if they bring one. Because we typically usually get one, maybe two, like per month. Which I know that someone reached out to me before, and after I sat down and thought about it, after I did a little bit of research, the reason why we never got a mod drop this month is because we got Precision Farming, which came out in April, I believe, and then we got Plains and Prairies. I realized that if we got a DLC drop, we don't get a mod release.
Yep.
So we got nothing coming out next month, so we could see one potentially. So who knows? FarmCon, it's right around the corner.
Right around the corner. So real quick, we got Ken that says my top mod is the NZ pole shed. LOL. No, I couldn't see that one coming.
Oh no.
I love it, Ken. Absolutely love it. The herd says hey to Ken. Ken says, what up, herd? Still following the farm. Thumbs up. The herd says, thanks, Ken. I hope everything is going great. Ken says, just waiting for the NZ map to drop sometime next year. It's by AgriBusiness. Nice. That'll be cool to check out. Let's see. Next one we have is the Armatrack 1104 by Hispano. 17.37 megabytes to install. $80,500 to buy. 110 horsepower to power it. So again, we're looking at our small tractor band. Let's go ahead and go there. 110 horsepower to start out. That's going to be the Fendt 300 Vario Territory as our closest comparable. So again, if we take a look, $80,500 compared to the Fendt's $134,500. So you're talking a savings of over $50,000 right off the bat. That's really nice. 110 horsepower for the mod versus 113. So you're only missing 3 horses for this one. And it's only 18 megabytes to install. I would absolutely download this one.
And this is 110 flat. There's no upgrading it. Which I think is, I understand it's realistic and all, which I absolutely love. But I know some people are like, well, can't you make a bigger engine? this was base game back in 22.
Yep.
So it is great to see it back. I mean, it's something I'm not going to use. I mean, if I believe Puma 145 is planning to bring Ellengrad back.
Oh, nice.
That I feel like would be a great tractor for that.
Oh yeah, 100%. I agree with you there.
So.
All right. Next one we have is the John Deere 500 grain cart by Hispano. No, by Emerson by Emerson Dentinho ML modding and Orton modding at 8.82 megabytes to install, 15,000 liter capacity, and a price tag of $22,500. This is a really sharp looking mod. Really sharp. If you're looking for a nice little John Deere auger wagon to attach to your John Deere that's being powered by your John Deere and being filled by your John Deere, well then have the John Deereception available for you right here. Again, taking a look at our comparables, pretty much similar to what we dealt with earlier. There's really no good comparable for this. This one kind of is a league of its own because of how overwhelmingly large the auger wagons were from base game. But the Demco 850 single auger grain cart, $68,500, 30,000 liter capacity. So it's half the capacity the mod is, but 22,500 versus 68,500. You're not doubling the price and getting to that Demco price. So the price per 1,000 liters is worth the value. And 9 megabytes to install. If you're a John Deere fan, this is going to be a good one for you. And it's going to be good on the download side. It's going to be good on the price. I say go for it.
I love it. John Deere.
Nothing runs like a deer.
Exactly. And if it's red, keep it in the shed.
Next one we have is the Brantner Z18051 trailer. This is by Premium Power, 3.78 megabytes to install, $37,000 to buy. Now, this does not show me a capacity, but my best guess is that the price per 1,000 liters is blown way out the window that I look for my trailers. So all in all, I don't have a real good comparison for this one. So I'm going to go ahead and just kind of pass on by on this one just because I don't have any good comparables to show off for this one. Will, what do you think?
Oh, I'm trying to think which one it is. I don't think it's a Brantner. It's the base game trailer. Oh, man, I'm drawing a blank here. I am drawing a blank here. It's been a very long day. Was it this one? Okay, yeah. So it's the Brantner brand I'm thinking about. So it does hold about the exact same amount. I think it's a little bit more than the Brantner base game. It's the Z18051 1/2 XXL PowerFlex, which is 19,600 liters. I think it's around there. So.
Which, based on the kind of style, the single axle swivel front end on it, I mean, that would make sense if that was the case. But the problem is that it's an additional like $9,000 in comparison to that one. So if we didn't get a bigger capacity, then that would be a huge disappointment. So again, that would just lead me to just skipping over this. Even though it's only 4 megabytes to install, it's not that intrusive on the file size. But all in all, this is going to be one that I would pass over simply because it's not stated. Like if I was just a casual observer going through, it's like, oh, okay, well, here's a trailer and it's 37,000. Oh, but I don't know how big it is. I'm not going to install it, and I'm not going to bother, taking the time to install it because of that.
Right, exactly. Plus, it's a dolly.
Yeah. If you're not a big fan of dollies, then yeah, this is going to be a pass for anybody in that category.
Yep.
Moving on to the next one, we have the Lizard EV120 by 69 or 76. Wow. I am exhausted.
69.
It is almost 2 o'clock in the morning, so I'm trying to power through this. 76 max, 8.68 megabytes to install, $27,000 to purchase, and 13,000 liters with a working width of 9 meters. This is a manure spreader. If we take a look at our comparables, we've got under our manure spreaders right there. Let's see.
Requires
13.
130 horsepower.
What?
And it requires 130 horsepower to operate.
And 130 horsepower to operate. Let's see, 13,000 liters. It's going to pretty much put us in between a pair of them. We got the Branther TA12050 Power Spread Plus at 31,500, 80 horsepower, and 9,000 liter capacity. And then we got the Haw DST16 67,000 liter. $67,000 to purchase, 16,500 liter capacity at 150 horsepower. So when taking a look at this at 13,000 liters and $27,000, we're going to actually, it's actually much better than the Branther there, because you figure 13,000 liters compared to the 9,000 liters. So you're getting 4,000 extra liters and a price point of $27,000 for the mod versus $31,500 for the base game there. So you're spending about $4,500 less and getting 4,000 liters more. Now the working width is where it kind of differs as well. The mod here is 9 meters. The starting for the Branther is 8 meters. So bigger capacity, bigger spread width base, and cheaper to buy. So yeah, this one, sign me up for. I would absolutely install this. 9 megabytes to install as well. Definitely a good one.
It is the Lizard brand because it's for all platforms, but technically it's the orange EV120. That's the branded version, but it's Lizard for all platforms. So it's not bad. It's not my kind of style because I like the kind that shoots from the side.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, moving on.
Moving on. We got the Lizard Rice Seeder 500. This is by Agro Capara. This is listed
like
under
that.
Cedars, $2,000 to buy, 50 horsepower and 4 meter spread with 500 liter capacity. So kind of similar to the last one that we were discussing earlier. This is a seeder that allows you to just kind of sling out your product and be able to, kind of go from there. I don't think this is specialized to rice. Am I wrong about that, Will?
I'm gonna give that to you here in a second because I will have a problem with this mod. And it's less than a megabyte too, which is nice. It's 0.60 megabytes to download. But the this, if it were me, I would remove this so fast off the mod hub. Like the modder probably wouldn't have time to blink.
Really?
Sorry. Now you see all in the screenshots for most of them. It's like all in like the flooded fields that it's seeding, right?
Correct.
I don't know what this modder was, a boo boo, but it only takes long grain rice, not regular rice.
Oh, really?
And you can't. You have to put long grain rice in first, then flood it, not flood it, then put long grain rice in.
Mm-hmm.
And the and it holds less capacity, 500 liters, than the other one we talked about.
Yeah.
The other cedar.
Yeah, because the other one was 800 liters, wasn't it?
It's like 850.
Yeah.
This is it was a very confusing mod. I'm looking at all these, I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, so it's rice only, no other crops, and the only thing it takes is long grain rice.
Oh, wow. Well, then, yeah, this would be a absolute hard pass for me. I mean, if you're into rice, if this is your kind of jam kind of thing, then this might be something for you if you're looking to do long grain rice and long grain rice only. But yeah, I mean, for less than a megabyte to install and $2,000 to buy, it's not that bad on any direction. It's just gonna have some restrictions on you. So buyer
Pass.
beware.
Buy your own risk. All right.
Next one we have is the
Next.
U600 1-3 Tur. This is by Nico's 321, 3.37 megabytes to install, $900 to buy, 3-meter working with, and 20 horsepower required. So this is under rollers. So really, we don't have a good comparison to this one, but the closest one we have is a Vaderstad Rexus 1230 at 12.3 meter working with and $46,500. I can already tell you that at $900, this is going to be worth your time to install. This is going to be one of those really good introductory kind of rollers that are out there in order to kind of get your small farm going, but then you'll be able to kind of go from there. Yeah, all in all, I think this is fantastic, and only 4 megabytes to install. Go for it. Absolutely go for it. It's better price per meter. It's better horsepower. It's better, everything with the exception of the 3-meter working with. That's the only negative thing about this is the size, but the price, everything makes up for it.
Right. Also a before you buy awareness, when you're going through the field with this thing, be very cautious, because if you're going around a corner like you would with a normal roller, it's just fine. This, like, let's say I'm driving and I'm like, okay, the corner's coming up, and I go to make a right hand turn on a corner. You look behind you and whoop, there it goes. Like the thing will like slingshot all the way to the other side.
One of those where it just doesn't weigh enough to be able to maintain its course.
Exactly.
Yep.
So plus it's all on chains.
Yep.
So just beware. That's all.
Next one we have is the hitch support by Scandinavian Viking Mod Rebuilds Team, 6.48 megabytes to install. We have a price point of $3,335, and this is a rear connector for what appears to be your wheel loaders. So you can connect this to the back of your Volvos and be able to hook up to trailers and other, things that you want to kind of tag along with you. So very, very nice. And it being only, 7 megabytes, if you use your wheel loaders, your high-lows, things like that to a large extent, then this is going to be a good one for you. Me, I don't use the wheel loaders that often, so this is going to be a pass for me.
I use wheel loaders a lot, but this is still going to be a pass for me. I mean, I don't ever haul anything with it, so...
Next one we have is the Bomec 24 by AgriBusiness 8.37 megabytes to install, $89,500 to buy, and a working speed of 16 kilometers per hour. That, let's see, essentially the drape hoses for the slurry right here. So this, let's see, Bomec 24 meters. 24 meters, yeah. So it's going to be kind of the in-between of the Multi-Profi 2115 and the Multi 4XL. 89,500, which again puts it pretty much right in the middle of the two there. So the Multi-Profi is 21 meters. The Multi 4XL is 30 meters. This is 24 meters. So again, it's almost right in the middle there. Price point is almost right in the middle. It basically lines up. If you want something right in the middle, here you go. Right. Will, what do you think?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't ever use drag hoses, so I mean, if it's something you're into and you're looking for something that's in between, go for it. That's all.
Next one we have is the High-Vis LED lights tractor front weight by Scandinavian Viking Mod Rebuild Team, 2.26 megabytes to install with a price point of $3,450 and a weight range of 1,800 kilograms to 3,968 pounds. It gives you several categories such as Cat 1 small tractors 20 horsepower to 45 horsepower, Cat 2 medium tractors up to 90 horsepower, and large tractors Cat 3 over 90 horsepower. And it gives you some additional weights and linkages and stuff like that. I love this. This is now the second weight in this week that I can actually say that I was excited to see. Number one, what I really like about this are the lightings. The lights really do help out if you're going to do some nighttime work. That's fantastic, and it's super bright. Looks really good. It looks like just a typical weight with some lights strapped to it. That is very nice. But the cool little feature that this does have on it is that there's certain combinations that you can actually put a 3-point linkage on it as well. So you can have your weight and not lose the capacity of a 3-point link.
Right.
It's fantastic. I absolutely love it. Yeah, all in all, for 3 megabytes to install this all day, all night. It's one of those that it will not disappoint.
Right. It is a good weight, but if I were to choose a weight, it'd be the one from Raleigh Chris DS and Raleigh S.
Yep, I agree.
Honestly.
I also agree just because of the ability to slide the scale of weight in the field
while you're
doing it. Yeah, I 100% agree. And that one also has lights, but the fact that not only 1 but 2 sets of weights are something where I'm not like, oh, it's just a weight. Like, it was a good week for mods. If you couldn't.
Right. Right. I mean, we're still here at almost 2:00 in the morning.
Exactly. So, we're getting there. We're getting close.
Almost done.
Next one is the Monoslope Cow Barn by American Modding Inc., aka
Latsy Boy.
44.4 megabytes to install, $425,000 to buy. Yeah, this is a cow barn, and does it tell you the number of cows? It doesn't.
So base game it says 99, but you put it down, it's 135. Which is really kind of weird, if you ask me. Sorry. I do want to put it out there. I got rid of this mod almost instantly after I installed it.
Really? What happened?
I installed it. I'm like, oh, cool, Monoslope. I'm like, can we have like a Monoslope that doesn't have a pen to it? But on top of that too, that was my biggest problem. My biggest problem is that there's no milk trigger. There's no slurry trigger.
Oh,
there's no manure trigger.
This is like a beef.
Yeah,
a beef barn.
It's basically take like your base game, like it kind of looks like a Monoslope. Take that, but basically make it look better. That's what you got. So,
gotcha. Okay, so yeah, you're talking.
I mean,
you said it was 130 base.
135.
135. So, cow barn large, comparable 99 base cows, $170,000 to buy. So you're talking this cow barn here is well over about 2, almost 3x the price of the base game one. That's a lot. That is a lot. And for almost 45 megabytes to install, this would probably be a pass for me as well.
I got all excited when I saw it. I'm like, yes, this is how I tested it, and I'm like, no, I uninstalled it. So, which is very unrare for me with a Lansy Boy mod.
Yeah, I mean, it looks amazing. The model looks amazing, and it's definitely going to be one for those people who want the highly detailed looking mods and all that stuff. Lansy Boy, American Modding Inc. does a fantastic job. Absolutely every single time without a shadow of a doubt. This one here just kind of misses the mark because of the price and because of the lack of the ability to be able to utilize, milk and stuff like that. But all in all, it is what it is. Let's see. Next page, we have the Arch Hall by Leo. Familiar name coming back. We got 17.4 megabytes to install. Price point of $50,000. And yeah, we've got a really awesome, massive looking building here. This thing looks like something right straight out of World War II, where you just see a bunch of like fighter planes just hanging out in it. That's what this reminds me of.
Yeah,
I think this looks awesome.
yeah, it counts like a hanger.
Yep, exactly. Exactly. I mean, and 18 megabytes to install it. It's highly detailed. It's got a bunch of different textures and brickwork and all this stuff. The really cool archway with the nice little not sunglass. What is it called? Skylights with the skylights in it to let in a lot of natural lighting into it. It's really sharp. It's really really sharp, and you're going to be able to fit decent sized equipment in this thing. So all in all, I think this is a really good one. I would absolutely install this.
Well, I know that Mr. CLP also said that he's gonna install it because he wants to use it for his his finders, like his basically finders keepers farm play he wants to do because he's basically gonna turn that into like an abandoned building and just have something old in it.
Huh. Okay.
So I'm like, that's very interesting. I mean, it kind of looks like that.
Oh yeah.
Because there is customization, like you do, when you add solar panels, whatever. But you click on it, and you can actually remove the doors. So there's like
Really?
no doors on it. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
So if you're walking through the woods, you come out and like you find it, like there could be no doors on it, like blown in or something like that, and you can
So
find like
you
an old
literally
tractor
said
in
that,
there.
and I realized on the third picture here that it has no doors on it. I
Yeah.
didn't even notice that when I was like cycling through this.
So,
That's crazy. That's really cool.
right.
Leo with another home run. Leo does really good mods. Real good mods.
Yeah.
Next one we have is the Planet Bunker Silo Pack by who else? Hispano.
Hispano.
5.3 megabytes to install, and we've got 3 separate bunkers. It looks like 155,000 for the 200 KL, 255,000 for the 4,000 KL, and 355,000 for the 6,000 KL. 2 million, 4 million, and 6 million liters capacity, respectively. And yeah, we got bunker silos. They look like they're gonna do the job. I mean, not much to say about a bunker silo. Hopefully, bleed through isn't a thing, but looks good. It's definitely a unique style.
It's not. It doesn't bleed through at all. I do like it because there's also like little storage racks at the end that you could put like your silage additive on.
Oh, nice.
Or whatever you want to put there, guys. My favorite part though is that it actually has built-in markers. So basically when you're filling it, you can see like how much you have in there and like where you're at.
Oh, yeah, I see it right there in the background. That's cool.
Yeah, I absolutely love this. So
Very nice. Let's see. Next one we have is the Stockpile for Farm Aid Products. This is by Zuddlezocht. It's 30.91 megabytes to install. And this one we have quite a bit of stuff going on here. So essentially, if I remember this one correctly, you can store all sorts of different style of things here. Basically like a silo network is essentially what this is.
Yeah.
And you've got your warehouse for bulk consumables for 22,500. You've got your liquid consumables for 22,500. You've got a storage for consumable for bales. Again, 22,500. Basically, what this all boils down to is all the kind of consumables that you can have on the game is able to be stored in these locations. You also get some IBC tankers, like the silage additive, water, diesel, and DEF. You've got a couple of tankers that are in this pack as well, and you can see all the various silos that are in here. But that's essentially what these are, silos for your consumables. There's, I believe they're restricted per like input that you can have. So if you've got like twine, like bale twine. You can throw the bale twine into the bale twine silo, and so on and so forth. It's just all kind of the base consumable stuff that we have available is what is considered in this pack.
Yeah, but just beware though with like the bale twine net stuff like that. Once you put a pallet in there, you can't get it back out. So basically, how you refill your vehicle is you put the pallet in there, or you can refill it by the wrench. You pull right up next to it and refill. So.
Oh no, that's cool. I actually like that.
And then you can actually pick different signs if you want to. So you can put it down, be like, this is only for solid fertilizer, this is only for lime, this is only for seeds. You know. So you have it. So, I mean, this was a pass for me. Only because there's only one like specific mods that do something similar to this. You can't just walk over the wrench and fill it. But that's with Icus. I use a lot of his buildings, especially his Midwest fertilizer shop, and stuff like that. So, I mean, yeah, this was a pass for me. So.
Yeah, I mean, outside of the file size for this one, 31 megabytes to install, which is really high, but you get a ton of stuff with this pack. I do like this one. And I believe I did install it, even though it's over my kind of threshold that I go for. I just like the thought of being able to store the kind of stuff that you don't normally get a chance to store, unless you've got like a bale and pallet and stuff like that. But then you're just kind of jamming everything all in one place. This is nice because it's like all kind of dedicated to its own individual product, which I like that. I think that's interesting to have. You know, just keeps a nice, neat farm kind of thing.
Right. Now, even though so like, let's just say if you select something with just liquid fertilizer, you can still put whatever you want in it. But the problem is that the only way you'll be able to change it is if you place another one down. So just be aware of that. So if you put one for liquid fertilizer, make sure you put liquid fertilizer in there.
Yep.
So.
Yep. Exactly.
We're on to our last mod.
Yes, we are. The Farmhouse by Rajo G Play, 64.02 megabytes to install, $65,000 to buy, and there's a second house with the same equipment but different layout for $40,000. Looks
and
really
you can go
good,
inside.
but what's that?
You can go inside.
You can go inside. Check it out. Hence the reason why 65 megabytes to install, which is quite a bit, is going to be a pass for me for simply that reason. But I respect the fact that it is very, very, very highly detailed and looks really good. You know, just a basic kind of style of construction home. You got the block home. You get a little bit kind of gussied up on the second picture in the bottom right-hand corner with the kind of painted exterior, and the bottom left-hand corner with the bricks. But the I mean, it almost looks like it's something like you're supposed to build in stages, almost like top left to top right to bottom right kind of thing. And then bottom left is like its own like separate kind of category kind of thing. I don't know. Yeah. At the end of the day, I think it looks really, you know, real simple, really nice, but I can't justify 65 megabytes for a house.
No, I 100%. I really like it. You can go inside. I like it.
Yep. Yeah, and I like it too.
Much.
Yep, I like it too, but just too much.
Now, since it's 2:11 in the morning, I'm gonna go over this real fast. Only because we didn't really get that much news. I'm just gonna mainly just cover the highlights. So basically, if my throat will let me, so we got new news from Salabuki, which got news today, and we got news yesterday as well. So basically on Alma, Missouri, if I click on this right here, bring this right here. So he says testing for the map is going. It's in full swing. It's going very, very good so far. So far we've acceptable implement large number of production chains, with some seriously interesting final products, especially when it comes to the dairy, bakery, and watermill. So, in addition, standard grass, the map now supports alfalfa. Fully integrated with new bale system compatible with bunkers, silos, and used in animal feeding as well. Big thumbs up.
Nice.
Soybean straw has also been added, which is now just straw, so it doesn't get all confused. And you can also use basically soybean straw, which is aka straw. You can use it to put bedding down. You can use it inside your TMR mixture, stuff like that.
Nice.
He is thinking about making corn stalk straw as well. So, which you can do the same thing. He's not sure though yet. So the map features its own custom economy, carefully balanced to reflect the value of each product and production chain for rewarding and realistic experience. There's a lot packed into it, so he just asked for everyone's patience on it. Also, from Connect Modding, he's gonna send me a full list of everything that's gonna be coming out before, like a day or two before this releases. No, excuse me. On let's see here. I'm gonna click on. Oh, nope.
No. Oh. Will, are you there?
Oh, I did not want to play that. I'm glad I shut it off. I clicked on the wrong button. I clicked. You can still hear me, right?
I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, coming on August 25th, they're releasing 18 pieces of machinery, range between small and medium and large. August 25th. So just be aware of that. Now, I don't know that they didn't state if it's going to come in one big pack or if it's going to be like individual mods. My best guess is it's probably going to be all individual mods. So, which I already know a bunch of mods. I don't know if they're part of the pack or if they're coming as individual mods later on, but I do know a whole bunch of different mods will be coming from them as well. So get excited for that. August 25th.
Very nice.
They'll be here before you know it too. Next big one, which this is also going to coincide with the next thing. So we got an exclusive premiere on the 1st in 2 days. Well, tomorrow, actually. Exclusive premiere from Giant Software. It's a video. This, I believe, is going to be showing off the new expansion or announcing it. So just be aware of that. Which the other part I want to get about this is I believe someone's gonna get fired because someone posted it, and then I know 76 Max ended up posting it as well on his Facebook page, and I was lucky enough to see it. A couple leaked photos of the new expansion coming out.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
So
you are a lucky little guy.
So didn't really see much. There was just 2 photos.
Mm-hmm.
The one I could definitely tell there was a Ford tractor in there. The other one was definitely a John Deere, but it looked like a base game John Deere. There was a mower in there, which we do not have base game already. So we'll see what that is.
Well,
that was basically about it.
Yeah, and I would refrain from sharing too much of anything
Yeah.
in regards to that. If it's something like that, then we don't need anybody being angry at us for passing
Right.
information along.
Yeah. Which is one reason why I'm moving on from it. Like I said, I'm just gonna keep it brief, short, simple to the point. So, the next big one, which I got a whole bunch of questions on, is JHG Modding's John Deere 8R 2009 to 2011 series. It was removed from the Mod Hub, which came out Thursday. Was it Thursday? Yeah, Thursday. Came out Thursday. It was removed probably a couple hours after it was released, due to missing logos, missing front grille, and missing part of the engine.
Huh.
So, but it is already sent back. So now I'm just waiting. No, we're just waiting for it to come back out. Patty Fan Modding already has another shed completed and is with Giants. Custom Modding, their big Case IH planner, their 2160 was still with Giants. They're working very closely with Giants. It did fail testing, but when it failed testing, they already set in the updated version of it. The other mod that they're closely working on right now is the John Deere baler, which should be the next one. After that is going to be the Landau rippers, and then the next one is going to be the John Deere air cart with the air seeder. Then their Case IH planners and etc. They got a whole lot more to come than just this, so just be patient, please. AW Modding's John Deere flat mower did fail testing, but it is back with them again, and it did enter console testing when it failed. So hopefully it should pass. Hopefully we'll see it this week. It'd be great. It'd be great to have that.
Right.
So for that, as far as I'm aware, you'll actually have the option to switch between a mulcher and mower.
Yeah, I'm looking at the pictures here, and it looks like you got the mower on the bottom left hand, and then up in the top right, you got the mulcher. So that's cool.
Yeah. I would use this as a mulcher, honestly.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's what the mower usually is used for. Also, yeah, you can buy this, and it does come with a system, but you can get the Farming Simulator's 16-bit edition. You can order it, and it does come with a system plus the cartridge, so you can play it. But it also comes with a PC download as well. So if you don't have a PC, then that's gonna be kind of useless for you. But it does come with the actual system and the game cartridge, so you can hook it up and play in the 16-bit edition, which I think is kind of neat.
That's pretty cool.
I guess just has some updated for the buildings, which already came out, except for a couple of them. And Elm Creek, we already talked about. Yeah, that's basically about it. Like I said, there wasn't very much news. There was some big news, but so I guess we're just gonna wait and see what drops tomorrow.
Very nice. Yeah, I mean, with it getting closer and closer to FarmCon and all that, yeah, I'm not quite sure how much we can expect to see before going forward, but we'll get some.
So I just want to put this out there, just like what BDD said. And I'm just gonna expand on it, empathize on it. Don't be alarmed, or don't freak out if you don't see that many mods drop this week. Only because most of the Giants are at FarmCon or getting all set up in Austria. I do know that some of the QA team is there. So like I said, so don't be surprised if we don't get that many mods. Now, if we get a whole bunch of mods and we get them 5 days out of the week, cool. If we get them 4 days out of the week, cool. If we get them 3 days out of the week, cool. You know, but like I said, just don't highly expect mods every single day this week.
Yeah. Well, and also, I mean, over the past couple of weeks, we've had like real hit and miss kind of days. Like, so we'll go a day, 2, 3 days in a row where there's nothing, and then get a whole like dusting of, a bunch of mods all at once kind of thing, which could theoretically happen again. We might go Monday, Tuesday, with nothing, maybe get something Wednesday, skip Thursday, get something Friday kind of thing. Again, just maybes, all maybes.
Yeah, it's exactly like you said though, and I agree with that. Like there could be a day that we don't get anything, and the next day we could get like 80 mods. I know I got a lot of questions out of this, and there was no news I could post, but I did talk to our good old friend for Star Spangled Mods. He said that Wamsville is still in testing right now, so it has not gone back to him yet. Which is
nice
a plus.
that'll be nice to see when that finally hits Mod Hub.
He said that it is a decent size for a downloadable size megabyte storage, so just beware of there. I don't know how big it is. Unfortunately, I was going to show off an early preview of it, but my computer wants to be something else right now.
Computer's going no.
So, which I know I already talked to Bree about it. I think her and I are just going to start putting money aside to get a new PC. So, because the amount of stuff I had to put into this PC right now is ridiculous, which I am going to put it in before I send it to you, BDD, because I'm not going to send it to you the way it is.
Okay.
That's not going to happen, because I'm not going to let that happen, and she also agrees with that. We are going to send it to you, just I'm going to make sure I get it all fixed up before I send it to you.
Cool.
So, FarmCon is this weekend. It's upcoming weekend, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So, unfortunately, I have to work, but I know I'll definitely be watching. Like, they didn't say anything about live streaming it, because they would have announced that like 2-3 weeks ago if they were gonna be live streaming it. Because if they were gonna be live streaming it, then I would have took off from work, obviously, for it. But
Yeah.
Since they're not, I'm just gonna catch up on some videos. So just be aware of that. So that's all I basically got. So, oh, one other thing too, real quick. Even if leaked information did get out, or even photos, like I mentioned, take it with a grain of salt. That's all I gotta say. Because I know that Giant sometimes put out stuff on purpose that may look like it, and then it could completely change.
Well, and we're still several months before
Yeah.
we even get, access to the, expansion kind of thing. So it's one of those, like, it could be like early kind of, this is how it is right now, maybe.
Yeah.
But then here in a few months, things change kind of thing. So it's one of those, like,
Exactly.
yeah, it's all early information. It's information that technically we're not supposed to have. And they might even make changes because of the information going out kind of thing.
Right.
So it's one of those, like, you never know, it's one of those that, like you said, take everything with a grain of salt. It's could be what we're getting. It could not be. And it could be like just a big nothing burger.
Yeah, and I feel bad for Mercedes, because I know that Mercedes, I don't know what's gonna happen at this point. I mean, I know we're still gonna get the DLC.
Yep.
But because, and I said it right there, it is gonna be Mercedes. But I can tell you right off the bat though that I was scrolling through Facebook and I saw a sponsored app, like a sponsored thing ad. And it was Mercedes, and it said coming soon, and it showed FS25. And I'm like, I don't think this is supposed to be up. And then I ended up refreshing the page, tried to find it again, and it was taken down. said this content is unavailable. So I'm like,
geez.
I'm like, somebody really wants to get it out there, but no one's letting them.
Yeah.
So That's all I got.
Real quick before we start hopping off here, I just want to give, again, a big shout out to Trucker Matsy for coming on to Farm Sim Talk yesterday. Had an absolute blast. Come back and join me tonight, because it is Monday, my time. Come join me tonight for the interview with Fear Knight. Looking forward to that one as well. And then, what is it, a week from tomorrow? My co-host here will be joining me on July the 8th as a guest on Farm Sim Talk. So if you're wanting to know a little bit more about WillTGaming, the FS Encyclopedia, go ahead and join us there.
Oh. Also, I got a good laugh out of that earlier from Discord.
Which one?
Oh, about Farmer Groot. Oh, it was the other day because he asked if there was another mod like this, and you're like, I don't think so.
Oh,
and then I end up posting it in there, and he goes, thanks, man. You're like, and then BDD over here was like, well, I mean that's why we call you the FS Encyclopedia.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's tell you what. That's as soon as you chime in, it's like, okay, this is when I shut up now because
just let him talk.
just let them talk. It's one of those. What do the kids say? Let them cook or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's already 2:30.
Yeah, dude. All right, real quick before we head out, we got Ken says, nope, yes. Just for Will T, the John Deere LOL, he's referring to that auger. And then he says, if it's green, it's mean, LOL. But I tell you what, sir, why don't you get running off to bed? Because it sounds like you're just going to about 2 seconds away from just keeling over.
Well, I can tell you that I also got a doctor's appointment this morning. So.
Ooh, jeepers creepers, Will. All right, yeah. How about we do our sign-offs?
Oh yeah. I probably will not be sticking around to the end. So you're all good just to hop off after we sign off. So.
Sounds like a plan.
All right, guys. Yep. Well, I really hope you guys really enjoyed this. If you guys did, make sure you smash that subscribe button, hit the bell to get notified whenever I post a video. Which I'm sorry if I haven't been posting anything lately. Been really busy. Plus my computer's not working right. I'm able to stream this, so there's that. You can also find me over on Facebook at WillTGaming FS Encyclopedia, where I post any mods, updates, news, stuff like that. Make sure you check that out. You can also find me over on Twitch. That's Signer24, which I haven't streamed about a week because I've been just too busy with things. I'm hoping to get back into that after the new furniture gets delivered. Other than that, I hope you guys have a fantastic day. Stay safe. See you guys later. Peace.
All right, and I definitely want to double down on that one. Like I said, I have a great time doing this show every single time that we do it. I want to thank Will, my co-host, for coming and joining me here tonight. And, here before too much longer, he'll be able to join me right from the very get-go. But hope that you all enjoyed it as well. And if you did, please show us by liking, sharing, subscribing, following, commenting, doing all the things the algorithms enjoy you doing. The show as you're engaged with this channel and enjoying the content. And that being said, I hope everybody has a fantastic day. Take care.
All right, Peter.